Hello everyone, Zeno What If here. Those that are new to the channel, subscribe to see some of the content I made. Leave a comment down below for any ideas. Here to bring in what if Jack Darby gained spider powers. Listen here YouTube. I do not own anything and this is not a scam. Link down in the description of the fanfiction of this, what if. In this what if of Jack Darby gained spider-like powers and became Spider-Man. Chapter 1, Part 1. Spiders Rising Part 1. Okay, let's do this one more time. My name is Jack Darby. I was bitten by a radioactive spider and for the past 6 months, I've been the one and only Spider-Man. I'm pretty sure you know the rest. I saved a bunch of people. Fell in love. Saved the city. Saved the world. Saved the world again. You know how it is. Yeah, no. Discover more. Food, robotics, cartoons, physics, educational resources, insects and entomology. Maybe if I lived in a place like New York or Chicago. But come on, this is Jasper. Nothing happens here. Barely any crime happens in this town, and there are even fewer places to swing from. So there hasn't been much need for me to use my powers. I mean, I thought of joining a sports team and becoming popular, but I didn't, cause honestly, I already got a lot on my plate with school, my mom, and my job, so I don't have the time. So I keep my powers hidden. Just doing small things here and there to help other people out, like giving directions, helping old ladies cross the street, lifting some heavy stuff for them, small stuff like that. Standardized and admissions tests. I haven't even told my mom. I mean, come on, if she knew she would freak out. And when she freaks out I freak out, so, yeah. Anyway, I was content to live out my boring uneventful life, doing nothing with these spectacular powers. Until one day. Jasper, Nevada. The self-proclaimed entertainment capital of the world. Little heads up, the brochure lied. The town rests in the middle of nowhere, with barely a speck of dust on any map. It had no significant landmarks, no national monuments, or historical significance. It was just a small town in the middle of the Nevada desert. Still, that didn't mean the town was without its charm. It had that perfect small town feel to it for people wanting to escape the hustle and bustle of the big city. It had decent schools, the people were nice most of the time, and it was the perfect place for people, or beings, to just hide in plain sight. Welcome to KO Drive-In, where every patty's a knockout. May I take your order? It also had pretty good fast food, such as KO Burger, where we find our protagonist on the last legs of his shift at his dead-end job. 2 super combos, extra fries. Okay, dos numero 2s. Anything else? Jack asked as he moved to get the food ready. Food? Yeah, some advice. How do I get an awesome job like yours? Jack frowned as he heard the laughter coming from the others in the car. It was times like these when he was glad his mom raised him to be responsible, cause if he wasn't he would have used his super strength to flatten this dude's car. But he was a better man than that, so he let it go. Besides, he has a better way to deal with punks like these. So that's 2, we're not as funny as we think we are, combos with a side of bite me. Jack shot back with a smirk as he put the food on the window. Jokes and quips like this always served to irritate those arrogant and cocky. It was one of the few good things he'd taken after from his no-good dad. The customer's laughter died down as he then shouted, "What did you say?" Jack had a small victorious smirk as he held onto the microphone and told the man his next instructions, 5.59 sir, at the window. He said as he moved back to the register to see if other customers were coming. Discover more. Books and literature. Anime. Cookies. Comics. Anime and manga. Movies. As the car pulled up, Jack saw in the corner of his vision the devious smirks that appeared on both the driver's and passengers' faces. Jack sighed as he knew what they were planning to do. As the driver grabbed his food and moved to leave before paying, Jack's hand shot out and grabbed the bags. Both the driver and passengers were shocked at the fast food clerk's reflexes and speed. Food. I told you, it's 5.59, Jack said with a taunting smirk, holding the food in an ironclad grip with the help of the millions of tiny hairs on his hands that allowed him to stick to walls. You weren't thinking of leaving without paying, were you? Let go, you loser. The driver yelled as he tried to wrestle the bag out of the teen's hand, but Jack didn't budge. Getting desperate, the man floored the gas. Rip. The bag of food tore open with a loud sound, spilling the greasy and messy food all over the side of the man's car as he drove off. Jack's smile faded for a look of horror and worry. "Aw, man," he moaned as he dragged a hand down his face. His boss was so gonna chew him out for this. And chew him out he did. For the remainder of his shift, Jack spent getting yelled at and lectured by his boss, even though the customer was the one at fault. As punishment, Jack was forced to pay for the food in the man's car wash, and what's even better, the dude went with the most expensive car wash just to spite him. Food. This is why his mom told him never to respond to a person's taunt or mocking. It was something that admittedly got his dad into a heap of trouble. Jack knew that, but he still couldn't help making jokes and quips. Maybe it was the spider who bit him. As Jack walked out of the restaurant, his phone began ringing. He answered instantly, knowing immediately who it was since she was the only one he had in his contacts. Wow, that sounds a lot more sad thinking of it like that. Discover more. Baked goods, books, robotic, music and audio, food, educational resources. "Hey mom, I just got off," Jack said, pushing down the depressing realization that he had no friends. "Hey, how was work today?" his mother, June Darby, asked. It was normal, with a typical dose of Darby luck. He said in a joking tone. That term, Darby luck, was a phrase used by him and his mom whenever bad luck struck, which was often in their family. It used to be known as Parker luck, coined by his mom's older brother and his uncle Richard, but after his mom married his dad, they renamed it Darby luck. "Well, sorry to hear that," June said. He could feel the smile on the other end of the phone. "I heard from one of my coworkers there's a school dance. Are you planning on going? Standardized and admissions tests." "No, I'm not going to the dance," Jack answered without a hint of hesitation. Before the spider bite, he was a wallflower, keeping to himself and never really trying his best to stand out. Even after the spider, he still preferred to keep himself to the wall, sometimes even sticking to it, as he joked to himself, not that anyone ever heard. "Experience suggests I should never cut a rug, unless I'm installing carpet," Jack joked as he walked over to his bike. While he did try a few cool dance moves using his enhanced reflexes and speed, he still didn't want to stand out too much. "Okay, but please be careful," June warned. "Be careful. Seriously," Jack snorted. "This is Jasper." Jack was about to say more but stopped, feeling a tingling sensation in the base of his skull. Normally when this happens, it was because of any danger nearby, but for some reason, it felt different this time. He looked to what his instincts were telling him what the source was, and all at once, his breath was taken away. There, sitting in front of him, was the most beautiful motorcycle he's ever seen. It was dark blue with hints of pink highlights. It was sleek, pristine, and honestly drop-dead gorgeous. "I love you," Jack said whimsically, forgetting he was still on the phone. "Aw, I love you too, honey." Discover more. Physics, science fiction and fantasy films. Standardized and admissions tests. Food, TV family-oriented shows. Cartoons. Her voice brought him back. "Yeah, I love you too, Mom. I gotta run," he said, ending the call before she could get another word in. He would apologize later. Right now, his full attention was on the masterpiece of machinery in front of him. "Hello, beautiful," he said as if he was talking to a cute girl. "Where have you been all my life?" he asked himself as he walked up to the bike. He ran his hands all over the seat, the feel of the seat cushion. It felt almost heavenly. "Nice," he breathed as he then moved to grab the bike handles, loving the way he felt as he gripped them, being careful not to use his full strength and crush them. "It may take a few KO paychecks," Jack began, swinging his leg over to sit on the bike, "but I am gonna own a ride like you someday." Owning a bike like this has been Jack's dream for as long as he could remember. It's one of the big reasons he got a part-time job, to begin with. He thought about maybe using his powers to profit off some fight clubs, but again, this is Jasper, it didn't have such places. Technically with his powers and web shooters, he didn't need a bike to get around town, but Jasper didn't have any tall buildings to swing from. And in his mind, nothing could compare to owning a ride like this. "Are you talking to your motorcycle?" The sound of a girl's voice pulled him out of his fantasy as he turned and looked to see a pair of pretty girls looking at him in bewilderment before bursting out laughing. Jack's face went red in embarrassment. Just like before the bite, Pretty girls like this made him freeze up slightly. Especially if that girl happened to be Sierra, the girl he shared the same homeroom with and was the captain of the cheerleading squad. As well as the girl he had a crush on. My motorcycle. No. I mean, yes, he declared, putting on a cool facade. He may not want to be popular, but what kind of healthy 16-year-old boy doesn't want to impress his crush? It's mine, but, no, I'm talking to you, I am. He then dropped his head. Could that have been any more pathetic? He asked himself, rubbing the back of his head. How's things, Sierra? He asked, hoping to somehow salvage this mess that he made. Take you for a spin sometime. Seriously, what was he doing, digging himself an even deeper hole? Come on, smooth operator. Wrap it up. A feminine voice spoke up in a whisper. Normally no one would be able to hear it, but Jack's enhanced senses were able to pick it up, though he assumed it was Sierra's friend. You know my name? Sierra asked, warily. Ouch. That hurt. His crush didn't even know his name. We're in homeroom together. I'm Jack Darby. He stopped when all of a sudden the hairs on his body had goosebumps, and he felt a familiar tingle at the base of his skull. Unlike before, when it was that strange sensation that directed him to the bike, this was the feeling he was used to when it went off. This was one of the strangest, and possibly most phenomenal of his powers, his spider sense, as he called it. He didn't know why, the name just came to him. From what he knew of the power, it acted as an early warning system, alerting him of any danger nearby. This usually helped keep him safe from any dangerous drivers while on his bike, any bullies hoping to get the jump on him, and any bird hoping to land its droppings on him, among other things. But it had never reacted so strongly. Most of the time it is like a notification you get on your phone, letting him know to keep an eye out. But now it was comparable to a fire alarm, telling him to hightail it out of there. But as he took a quick look around, there didn't seem to be any danger. There was only him, Sierra, and her friend, the dream bike, those three suspiciously looking black and purple cars flashing their headlights almost menacingly at them. Autos and vehicles. Wait, what? Suddenly, their headlights flashed, blinding the group of three. Scrap. That same voice from earlier said. Their engines began revving as they charged. The girls began to run away screaming. Jack was about to join them, but then the unexpected happened. The dream bike started to move on its own, with him still on it. Hey! He shouted in terror, as the bike turned and charged the three black cars. Jack was screaming and squeezing his eyes shut. He may have spider powers, but that didn't make him brave. Whoa! Jack screamed as the motorcycle managed to squeeze in between two of the cars before performing a wheelie to drive over the third and take off down the streets of Jasper, Jack in tow, with the three cars in pursuit. Don't let go. The same voice from before said, and now he knew for sure it wasn't Sierra's friend. WHO said that. He screamed. Was he going crazy? Did that radioactive spider affect his brain and make him hallucinate? Thankfully he was able to follow whoever's commands thanks to his stickum powers. Again, he didn't know where he got the name. Two of the cars pulled up on both sides of Jack and tried to squash them, but the bike hit the brakes just in time, causing the two to slam into each other before taking off down the street into an ally. As the bike pulled to a stop, Jack finally managed to let go and looked at the bike with wide eyes. What are you? You knew it was crazy to ask the bike, but honestly, at this point, it was his best bet. I don't exist. The bike spoke. Yep, it's official, he's crazy. Or dreaming. He hoped he was dreaming. Tell anyone about this and I will hunt you down. The bike threatened. Jack said no more as he took off in the opposite direction, running as fast as his enhanced powers would let him, which was pretty fast. As he was running, he began pinching himself to try and wake himself up from this dream, but nothing worked. He was beginning to think he was crazy, or this whole thing was real. Why did the latter make him wish he was the former? His spider sense went off and he turned around and looked to see one of the scary cars from before chasing him. Come on, man. If you want her number, ask her yourself. Okay. I don't know her. Another reason why he makes jokes is because it helps calm him down. At least, he thinks it does. It's not doing much to help him in this situation. For the dark car chasing after him, they had to admit, they were surprised. From what they knew, humans were nothing more than small fragile beings that could go squish with a stomp of their legs. So to see one able to nearly outrun them on his own two legs was impressive. Still, Commander Starscream wanted both the Autobot and the human destroyed. So he signaled one of his fellow troopers to corner the human. Autos and vehicles. As Jack continued running for his life, he reached into his back pocket and slipped on his web shooters. While he preferred to keep anything related to his powers a secret, he may not have a choice if he wanted to live. He soon saw an exit and his chest filled with hope. Maybe if he got to the street he could lose them. They didn't seem too keen on letting themselves be known if what that blue motorcycle said about hunting him down was true. His hopes were crushed when he saw another black car pull in front of the exit to the alley and charged at him. Jack turned around to see he was trapped by the other car that was chasing him. Then to his surprise, some sort of futuristic gun attachment popped out from both cars and began firing red laser bolts at him. He was so shocked that he was barely able to dodge the bolts thanks to his enhanced reflexes. However, that didn't stop the guys from shooting him. Mildly impressed, he was able to dodge the bolts. Seeing as it wasn't working, both pressed the gas and charged straight at him, hoping to ram him. Seeing their intent, Jack bent down, legs spread wide with one hand on the ground. Wait, they were almost on him. Now, putting all the power into his legs, Jack leapt high into the air. The cars were so shocked by the feat they weren't able to slow down in time and crashed into each other. The crash disoriented the vehicles that then ended up losing sight of the human. Then they suddenly transformed into large robotic beings. "Where is he?" one of the transformed cars asked. "How should I know?" the other asked. "You saw him last." The first one pointed at the second. "No, you did." The second fired back with a point of his own. "Don't you dare point at me. You pointed at me first. I have seniority. You were manufactured 12 seconds before me. Therefore I'm the older one. That doesn't make sense." "Yes, it does. Besides pointing at rude on this planet. No, that's only on that one land mass. What was it called? Japan or something?" This continued for several more minutes. Throughout the whole exchange, the two robots continued to point at each other, before finally, the one manufactured 12 seconds earlier, snapped. "Enough of this. We need to find the human and eliminate him and the Autobot," the robot said before his companion followed suit. The two then drove to other parts of the alley. As they drove off, Jack's form finally came into view, literally appearing out of nowhere, him sticking to the walls of the alley having been there the whole time. After dodging the cars and sticking to the wall, he activated another of his powers, camouflage, great for sneaking away from bullies, to hide. He stayed because he hoped it could be a good chance to get some answers. And while he did get some, he was also left with a buttload of questions. What the heck did he just see? Talking cars that turn into robots? Or is it the other way around? Was the motorcycle like them? Why were they after her? Why were they after him? What's an Autobot? Who's this commander? Autos and vehicles. So many questions were swirling in Jack's mind that he ended up losing concentration on his stick-em powers and fell from the wall. The good news is, an open dumpster, full, was beneath him to cushion the fall. The bad news, it was full. He pulled himself out and began cleaning himself off from loose trash. Great. Just great. Typical Darby luck, he shouted in anger. That proved to be a mistake when one of the cars suddenly came back and found him standing there with trash covering him from head to toe. He could do nothing but offer a small wave in greeting before he took off running. Vroom mm. Suddenly, the blue motorcycle from before came back and pulled up right alongside Jack. "Hop on," she said. Seeing no better alternative, and that his spider sense wasn't going off around her, Jack complied and hopped on the talking bike. They pulled out from the alley and back onto the main street. The cars follow. As Jack looked for a way to lose them, he suddenly got an idea as he saw a road that led to the highway. "The highway. Take the highway," he pleaded. Thankfully the bike seemed to listen and they moved to turn onto the highway. However, the turn looked to be too sharp and they couldn't afford to slow down. But Jack had an idea. Checking his right wrist to make sure it was still there, he internally cheered when he found out it was. He lifted his right arm, time slowing down thanks to his enhanced senses, and pressed down with his middle and ring finger. Whip. A white, gooey substance shot out from his arms and latched itself onto the base of the traffic light. He then pulled as the motorcycle turned right, Jack's body nearly dragging across the road as they made the sharp turn onto the highway, him releasing the webbing before it yanked him off. The black cars tried to follow suit, but without a way to latch onto something to make the sharp turn, they ended up slamming into each other before continuing to follow. They then brought their guns back up and began firing at the two. The motorcycle weaved its way through the lasers while Jack relied on his spider sense and reflexes to dodge. Soon enough the chute stopped and they made it to the highway. "Those webs," the lady motorcycle muttered before suddenly becoming furious. "How did you do that? If this human was related to her in any way, she would hunt him down regardless of whether or not he told anyone about her. Hey, you don't have any right to ask me questions after dragging me into this. If anything, I should be asking the questions. Questions like why are those guys shooting at us?" He could have sworn he heard the bike growl before answering him. "There's no, us kid. And there no, guys. Yeah, kind of figured that out on my own a while ago," he said. Before the bike could ask what he meant, the cars returned. However, something else showed up, and thankfully it appeared to be good news. Autos and vehicles. The good news came in the form of a yellow and black muscle car. It soon pulled up and managed to side-end the black cars, sending them spinning out of control. Seeing the yellow car pull up close behind them, with no intention of harming them if his spider sense was anything to go by, he asked the lady bike, "Friend of yours?" "Family," was her one-word reply. Seeing as that was as much as he was gonna get at the moment, Jack decided to leave it at that and looked forward, thinking about what he learned. From what he gathered, both this blue bike and that yellow car seemed to know each other, and from what those robots who turned into talking cars said, they must be called Autobots. Still, that didn't exactly explain much of anything. What did I get myself into? He never thought his Darby luck could get this bad. He was pulled out of his musings by a loud noise behind him. Looking back, he saw the black cars knock the yellow one to the side, sending it spinning out of control. Looking ahead, he saw that the road ahead on the bridge was blocked. "It's a dead end," Jack shouted. "Not for me," the bike lady shouted as she sped up. Taking a closer look, he saw a makeshift ramp to the side that leads off the bridge down to the drainage canal below. Seeing what she was planning, Jack shared his immediate protest. "No, no, Jack shouted as they approached closer to the ramp. "No, you are out of your mind." Ignoring him, the bike kicked it into maximum overdrive. "Hang on, kid," was the last thing the bike said before she went flying into the air. Jack screamed as they went flying, the shock causing him to lose his grip on the bike and began flying off her. Time seemed to slow as he and the bike flew further away from each other. "Scrap," the bike shouted in distress. If she didn't do something, the human would surely die. But before she could do anything, Jack acted first. Aiming both his hands, he fired two strands of webbing that latched onto the bike's handles. The bike flinched, recalling the last time something like this touched her metal skin. Jack didn't seem to notice, as he then pulled and brought himself back on the seat and gripped the handles so hard that it nearly crushed them, much to the bike's shock. The two then hit the ground hard, speeding down the hill before flying off the ledge and into the canal. The two landed and the bike swerved to a stop. Seeing that they had finally stopped moving, Jack allowed himself to take a few, nice, long, deep breaths. He was exhausted, more mentally and emotionally than physically. His spider powers also helped with his stamina. He then looked up, only for his eyes to land on something he wasn't expecting. Insects and entomology. They weren't alone. A kid, with spiked up red hair and glasses, and judging by his height looked like he belonged in middle school, stared at Jack in the blue motorcycle with silent awe, dropping a remote control that he assumed controlled that toy yellow car. "Whoa," was the kid could say as he gave Jack the biggest smile. From the kid's perspective, it looked like Jack had pulled off an amazing daredevil stunt, and he wasn't wrong. If only he knew, was Jack's thoughts. Jack sighed. You have no idea," he said as he finally let go of his dream bike's worst nightmare. He was probably gonna need therapy after this. But at least it's over now, he said to himself as the kid joined him. He then heard the sounds of engines revving, thanks to his enhanced senses, and looked up to see the three scary cars were back, and they looked angry. "Me and my big mouth," Jack groaned as he took several steps back, the middle school kid following him. The cars drove down the hill before launching themselves into the canal, once again transforming into the large robots from earlier. They then looked at the two boys and their hands transformed into blasters. Hearing a noise behind them, the two boys turned to see the blue motorcycle transform into a humanoid robot that looked feminine. The two soon moved to the side as the feminoid sent a dangerous glare at the other robots. "This ends here, cons," she declared before rushing them. The black robots opened fire, but the blue female robot was too fast and agile, able to dodge the laser fire and soon closed the distance before engaging the robots hand to hand. As the two boys watched on, the younger one came to his senses and asked his senior, "What are they? Talking cars that turn into robots? Or the other way around?" Jack shares his earlier theory. As he saw the blue bot beating on the black one, he was able to pick up her saying something under her breath, that is if they breathe. "This is for Cliff," he heard her say. Whoever this Cliff is, judging by her tone and how much she was beating that con, she called it must have been someone important to her. However, the con was still standing, and he looked angry. The blue bot, realizing it may have been a mistake, then tried backflipping away to dodge the blaster, but a lucky bolt nicked her square in the chest and sent her flying back. Thankfully she looked to be alive, as those blasters didn't kill on contact, like the ones from Star Wars. Wonder if any of that is real. Jack thought to himself. He got powers from an arachnid and now there were talking robot cars. At this point, he'd probably believe anything. Robotics. He heard the sound of tires screeching and looked up to see the yellow car driving off the bridge, transform into a large yellow robot, and land on one of the cons before delivering a right cross to the one next to it. Guess she wasn't kidding when she said family. Jack thought as he looked to see the female stand back up. Crunch. The sound of something being crushed under a huge weight entered his ears and he looked over to see the yellow bot had accidentally crushed the middle school kid's toy car. "Oh, that's not good," Jack said as he winced in sympathy. The yellow bot looked at the two boys, specifically the younger one with an apologetic gaze. Beep beep. Jack blinked in confusion. What? He thought. "No problem," the other kid said, causing Jack to look at him in confusion. Did he understand what that thing just said? Really? The kid was soon cut off when a blaster bolt from the third con hit the robot dead in the chest, sending him flying back. The bot tried to stand, but a foot slammed him to the ground. The yellow bot turned to see 3 blasters primed and ready to fire. Jack himself looked with worry, but also hesitance. Why wasn't he doing anything? This Autobot was going to die, and he wasn't doing anything to help. Why? 'Cause it would be irresponsible, it's dangerous, it's not his problem, were some of the reasons his mind tried to come up with, and a majority of them made sense. But still, sitting here on the sideline, while someone, despite not being human, was going to be gunned down in front of him while he had the power to do something, it didn't sit right with him. Clenching his fist he took a deep breath. Leave him alone. Before someone beat him to the punch. He looked in shock to see the middle schooler give a fierce look of determination. The 3 cons stopped and turned their attention toward the humans. Whatever confidence the younger kid had soon evaporated as he then whimpered out a small, "Please." Yeah, maybe you should have said, "Please leave him alone." Maybe that would have worked better. Jack joked, hoping that a slice of humor could help alleviate the tension. All he got was the shorter kid looking at him in bewilderment. Sorry, have a habit of making bad jokes in tense situations. That was all he said before they began running away. One of the 3 cons pursued the 2. Jack and the boy ran and were about to enter a sewer pipe to escape. But the con was faster as it then jumped in front of the 2, blocking their path and aiming a blaster at them. Jack immediately stood in front of the younger boy to protect them. Looking back, he hoped either the blue or yellow bot would be able to help. But they were too busy with the other 2, meaning nothing was standing between this con and them. No one, except him. Standardized and admissions tests. It was crazy, his rational side tried to argue. There was no way he could take this thing down, even with his powers, he still wasn't sure he could take this thing down. Sure, he could bench press a car, but this was a car that could transform into a killer robot. Still, he took a breath to calm himself, his blue eyes holding a determined, yet still uncertain look in them. Right now, he had the power to save both himself and the kid behind him. So, it was his responsibility to do it. And if there was one thing June Darby raised her son Jack to be, it was responsible. Before the con fired, Jack fired a web at what he assumed was the robot's eyes, the glowing red V on his head. His assumption proved correct as the con was now blinded and began firing all around trying to get the webbing off with his other hand. Taking the kid's hand, Jack moved them around to avoid the wayward blaster shots, trusting in his spider sense to protect them. When they managed to get around the con and over to the sewer pipe entrance, Jack easily lifted the kid into the pipe. "Stay here," he said in the most authoritative voice he could muster as he turned back to face the metal giant, who had managed to finally remove the webbing from its face. It then glared down at the enhanced human with glowing red eyes. Jack gulped a lump that was quickly forming as he put on a facade of confidence. "Hey metal head," he mocked, using insults to keep the con's focus on him, and it worked. He then crouched down into a stance. "Let's dance the robot. You know what that is, right? 'Cause you're a robot." The joke got no response from the con as it turned and opened fire. Jack began moving in an amazing display of acrobatics, flipping around all the incoming blaster fire. The boy meanwhile looked on in awe at the display in front of him. "Awesome," he whispered under his breath. Jack then jumped to dodge a blast, backflipping as he stuck himself onto the wall. The con continued firing as he began running on the wall, narrowly avoiding the shots. He then jumped and delivered a drop kick to the con's chest that sent it back into the wall. The con quickly recovered and delivered a backhand slap too fast for Jack to dodge. He hit the wall hard, cracking it. Thanks to his enhanced durability, nothing in his body was broken, didn't mean it hurt any less. Looking up to see the con aiming down at him, he fired a web and pulled himself out of the way just in time, rolling to his feet. Jack grimaced. He needed to find a way to end this fight quickly before anyone else, like the kid with him, got hurt. He needed to end this in one punch. Should I use that? Jack thought as he looked at his hand. He hadn't used that power very often, frankly, he wasn't entirely sure what he could do with it besides fry technology. But it was all he got. Well, as Master Yoda always says, do or do not. There is no try. Jack quoted as he began channeling the electricity inside of him. Blue sparks began to flash on his right arm, unnoticed by the con, but visible to the boy who was watching him closely. The con fired again, making Jack jump back onto the wall above the sewage pipe. His blue eyes flashed with electricity as he felt he was fully charged. Then, without further delay, he pounced. The wall cracked from the strength of his jump. Time slowed as he reeled back his electrified fist. The con tried to aim at the boy who was flying at him, but he was too slow, Jack was already on him. He then threw his fist in the con's face. Crack pow. The loud thundering sound forced all robots to look toward the source to see a Viacon sent flying across the canal, smashing into the wall on the other side. Blue arcs of electricity danced across the smoking con's body as its eyes went dark, going offline. They all turned to see Jack, looking gobsmacked at the result of his own attack. Physics. Whoa, he said softly as he looked at his hands, the blue sparks still flashing on his hands. He wasn't expecting anything like that, but he wasn't complaining about the results. Awesome, he said with a smile as he clenched his fists. Loud footsteps caught his attention, he turned to see another con walking toward him. Whatever confidence he built during that fight soon evaporated as he gulped down a nervous lump. Sorry for shocking your friend there, hee hee. He gave a nervous laugh. The con's response was to open fire on him. Jack turned and made a mad dash for the sewage pipe. He may have taken down one of those things, but he wasn't willing to push his luck. He jumped into the pipe along with the other boy and they began to run down the smelly tunnel. They both turned to see the con looking at them from the entrance, too big to fit, but it then reached in its hand. Keep moving, Jack ordered as they tried to outrun the hand. A sound of struggling and clashing metal came from the entrance. They turned back to see the hand pulled out from the tunnel. Then, the head of that yellow bot looked at them through the entrance, causing Jack to flinch. It may have saved them, but Jack was not in the mood for any more transforming robot shenanigans for the day, or the rest of his life. It gave a series of warbled buzzes. Thank you, the boy next to Jack said. The bot buzzed a response and went back out. Seeing that as the cue to leave, Jack grabbed the boy by his shoulders and pushed him down the tunnel. Don't look back, Jack said as they walked down the tunnel. What did we just see? The boy asked. No idea, and I'm not sure I wanna find out. Jack said in earnest, not wanting to go further down the rabbit hole than he already is. How did you do all that? The boy asked, looking directly at him. That's a long story. Jack decided on. The short version is I was bit by a spider. The kid deadpanned at him. Seriously. The robot fight had reached a stalemate as RC, the motorcycle, and Bumblebee, the yellow car, faced down the two remaining Viacons. It didn't so good for the Autobots. Honk. Honk. A car honk caused the Autobots to look behind them to see a dark green SUV drive up to them before leaping into the air, transforming into Bulkhead, a hulking green Autobot. Autos and vehicles. Who's ready to rumble? Bulkhead said excitedly. Seeing as they were now outnumbered and down a con, the Viacons transformed and hightailed it out of there. Seeing as the fight was over, Bumblebee slumped his shoulders in disappointment. He was looking forward to a good fight. RC turned to the new arrival and asked, "What took you?" "Traffic," was his one-word reply, causing the other two bots to groan. That was probably the worst thing about Earth. Not the need to hide who they were, not the constant paranoia that the Decepticons were going to find them, it was the traffic. "Still, looks like you two managed well without me," Bulkhead said with an impressed smile as he looked toward the offline Viacon. "That wasn't us." RC's response made him look at them in surprise. "What do you mean?" Bumblebee answered with his usual buzzing, causing Bulkhead's jaw to drop so low, it would have fallen off his face if it wasn't screwed on tight. "Wait, what? A human did it?" The deep commanding voice of Optimus Prime asked as the Autobots recounted the entire incident after they returned to base. While he was displeased to hear how two young humans were involved in such an incident, he was more shocked to hear one of them had destroyed a Viacon. "Yeah, I know. If I didn't see it in action myself, I wouldn't have believed it either. But it's the truth," RC admitted, the buzzing in agreement. "Still, even from the get-go, that kid felt different from a regular human." "Explain," Optimus orders, greatly intrigued. "From the moment he touched me, I could feel he was far stronger than an ordinary human, even those from the military. Plus, it was almost as if he sensed when danger was coming, seeing as how he dodged all those lasers. And it felt like there were these millions of tiny hairs he was using to keep himself attached to me. Plus there were those," she trailed off as a dark look formed in her eyes. "Those webs he had. Were they coming out of him? 'Cause if so, that's just gross," Bulkhead said in disgust. Ignoring Bulkhead's comment, Optimus spoke. "Regardless, if Decepticons are targeting us, they may perceive anyone who interacts with us as an ally, thereby a threat. Even more so should they learn that it was indeed a human that destroyed a Viacon." It was at that moment that Optimus made a decision. While it pained him to drag innocent humans into their conflict, now that they have seen them, he had to do whatever it took to protect them. And if what RC and Bumblebee said was true about this one human, then they may have gained a powerful ally. On board the Decepticon warship the Nemesis, the duo of Viacons returned to their commander and gave him a full report, including what happened with the Viacon who didn't return. "So let me get this straight," Starscream began, his tone full of doubt and suspicion. "Not only did you fail to terminate any more Autobots or find the location of their base, but you lost one of our foot soldiers, and you say it was a human who terminated it." "Cartoons." "Yes, Commander Starscream," both answered as they nodded. Starscream stared at them both for a long hard moment, which would have caused them to sweat if they could. While Starscream was in no way as dangerous or as intimidating as Megatron, he was unpredictable. No one quite knew what was going on in his head besides attempting to overthrow Megatron. Finally, Starscream asked a simple question. "Which one of you should I kill?" Immediately, the two Viacons pointed at each other. "Don't you point at me. This is your fault. First of all, you pointed at me. Second, how is this my fault? You said it yourself, you're the one with seniority since you were assembled 12 seconds earlier than me. Therefore it's your fault. Oh, don't pull that crap on me, you sparkling." Before they could go any further, Starscream formed his blasters and shot at them both. He then turned to a Viacon on the side, causing him to straighten up. "Take these two fools to the trash compactor," he ordered as the Viacon nodded and went to work. Starscream then sighed. Seriously, if these fools wanted to make excuses for their failure, they should have come up with a better lie. Seriously, who in their right mind would believe a human could destroy a Cybertronian, even if it was a Viacon? He scoffed. Absurd. he spits out as he went to work. He had a lot to prepare for since he learned that Megatron was returning. He needed to do what he could to look good for his master. The next day, Franklin High School. The final bell for the day rang as students made their way out of the school. Jack took his time leaving the school grounds. It gave him a moment to think about recent events. I still can't believe it. And I'm the kid that powers from a spider bite. He muttered, and really, could you blame him? Powers from a spider bite are one thing, but a group of transforming robots that turn into vehicles is a whole other story. One he had no interest in exploring. The talking lady bike warned him if he told anyone about her, she would hunt him down, and he believed her. He just wanted to live a average, normal life. Well, as normal as he could get with his powers. He walked down the steps of the high school, passing by a cute foreign girl sketching something in a book before he turned to see the boy he met yesterday, Raph he learned, waving at him. Smiling, he walked towards his new friend. While it may not have exactly been fun or an experience he'd want to repeat, there was one good that came from this whole experience. He'd finally found a friend. Raphael, Raph, Jorge Gonzalez Esquivel, the 12-year-old boy he thought was a middle schooler, was a high schooler. The kid was so smart that he managed to skip a couple of grades. The kid was a literal genius. And while Jack was no slouch when it came to brain power, he was more into things like chemistry, biology, and physics, the sciences. Raph, that kid knew his way around every subject, his weakest being literature, and that was overall an A. But he was most gifted in anything that involved computers and programming. The kid was a total nerd, and Jack couldn't be happier to have a fellow nerd as a friend. Not only that, but he also knew his secret. Granted that was on accident, but you have no idea how good it feels to finally talk to someone else about this. Well, someone real, as well as someone who could talk back. Bruce the statue and Henry the pigeon didn't make for great conversationalists. After what happened, Jack walked Raph home, where he promised he would explain everything regarding his powers after school the next day. Speaking of what happened, he still couldn't believe he fought a giant robot, even less that he won. That was crazy. Still, he couldn't stop smiling as he thought back over to his victory. That had honestly been the first time he'd won anything using his powers. It felt good, and he was honestly tempted to feel like that again, but he shook his head. Robotics. His mom raised him to be responsible. With great power comes great responsibility, as she always said. Granted, most of the time Jack had no idea what that meant, but he got the gist. He had a responsibility to his mom, his job, and his schooling, and he couldn't afford to squander it all chasing some silly childhood dream of being a superhero. He outgrew that dream a long time ago. Pushing the memories out of his mind, he then walked up to Raph and waved to him. "Hey, Raph," Jack greeted as he rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. "Look, let's just keep what happened yesterday with those robots a secret and forget any of it ever happened, okay?" He probably didn't need to say it, but he did anyway. "Come on, I'll take you to KO. Burger, we can talk more about me there." Honk, honk. At the sound of a horn honking, the two boys looked to see a sight one was hoping never to see again as he slumped his shoulders. "Jack," Raph said excitedly as he tugged on his arm as the yellow car from yesterday pulled up in front of him. "Oh, not again," Jack groaned. "Curse you, Darby luck." The yellow car's door opened as it let out a series of buzzes and warbles. "It wants us to get in," Jack stated. While he was hesitant to do so, he didn't feel his spider sense going off, so the car didn't want to kill them. He hoped. Honestly, most of the time he wasn't sure how this sixth sense of his worked. "Not us, just me," Raph said, surprising Jack. "Huh, how do you know that?" Jack asked, worried his new friend wanted to ditch him. "It said so," the younger boy said as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. "What? How did he know that?" "Yours is over there." Raph directed Jack to the blue motorcycle sitting in front of the school. Jack's worry immediately grew when he saw the bike that had been both his dream and now his nightmare. Seriously, what was going to happen to them? He didn't even say anything to anyone. He tried to talk Raph out of it. "Look, I really don't think that. How's it going?" But Raph ignored him as he got into the yellow car without him. "Raph," Jack said, moving to grab his friend and pull him out, or at the very least beg to go with them instead of the bike. "Wait, stop." But it was too late as the door closed and the car drove off, leaving Jack in a trail of dust. Autos and vehicles. He coughed as he began waving his hand to dispel the dust. Seeing as he was now alone, he looked over to the blue motorcycle. The way it was just sitting there, almost taunting him, tempting him to hop on. Not happening. Jack shook his head and walked away, not willing to get involved in another crazy chase. He didn't need his spider sense to tell him this was a bad idea. As he turned into the school's alley, he stopped as the bike suddenly pulled in front of him, with someone on it. "Relax. I just want to talk to you," RC said, her tone much more calm and relaxed compared to yesterday. Jack didn't buy it though. "Don't you mean you and your new friend?" He tried not to sound jealous that someone else knew about this besides him and Raph. Soon enough the person began to flicker out of existence. "Kid, there's a lot you don't understand," she told him sternly as he began driving toward him. Raising his hands in surrender, he quickly tried to calm her down. "No, I get it, I get. The first rule of the Robot Fight Club is that there is no Robot Fight Club. The second rule is you don't talk about the Robot Fight Club, even though it doesn't exist." He joked before turning to exit the alley. "What you need to understand is that I don't want a bunch of crazy talking vehicles following me around, trying to get me killed. I got enough on my plate as is," Jack stated as he heard the sound of moving metal and turned to see the motorcycle had completely transformed into its humanoid appearance. "Look, Jack, is it?" He nodded. "Your personal safety is exactly why Optimus Prime has requested your presence." "Wait, hold on, oh Optimus who?" Jack asked. He didn't know the name, but from the sound of it, it seems like he was a big deal. He backed up slightly when RC leaned her head down closer to his and continued explaining. "You may be in danger because you are one of the few, one of the only who has ever seen us. Even more so given how you destroyed that Viacon with your bare fleshy hands. Dude, what are you waiting for?" A new, female voice shouted. Both human and bot turned to see that cute foreign girl from earlier. She looked at them with excitement in her brown eyes, not at all shocked or scared at what she was seeing. "Go with," she encouraged. She must have heard everything, and it sounded like she wanted to tag along. "Scrap," the bot groaned. "And Darby luck strikes again. Seriously, what is up with you these days?" Jack screamed internally. "Woo-hoo, woo." The girl, Miko Nakadai, whooped in excitement as she rode on RC, wrapping her arms around Jack's waist tightly as they drove through the desert, the yellow car in front of them. Autos and vehicles. Under any other circumstances, Jack would be over the moon. This was one of the reasons he wanted a motorcycle in the first place. To have the feeling of a cute girl wrapping his arms around him as he tore down the road with the wind in his face was a fantasy he wanted to act out forever. However, that fantasy was soiled by one simple question. And why exactly are we taking her? Rules. Of course. Deciding to tune it out for now, Jack took note of his surroundings. While they weren't high-rise skyscrapers, and it would be a bit of a stretch, he could probably use the rock formations to help him and Raph make a quick getaway if need be with his webs. Miko was debatable, mainly because he didn't exactly want someone else to find out about his powers. However, he also couldn't just leave her to the wolves either. His attention was brought back in front of him when he saw they were coming up on T-junction. However, instead of turning right or left, they plowed straight through the stop sign, on a direct course with the mountain in front of them. "Hey wait, whoa," he screamed. He was about to jump off the bike and take Miko with him, but he hesitated when he realized his spider sense wasn't going off. He soon learned why, as suddenly a section of the mountain opened up to reveal a tunnel that the group drove through. "Whoa," Miko said in awe as she looked around the tunnel, still holding onto Jack as they began to slow down before entering a large spacious room, one whose roof reached the top of the mountain. "Cool," Raph said as he looked at a robot, this one red and white, who gave the kids a stern look, but they were too absorbed in awe to pay it any mind. "Whoa," both Jack and Miko said as they looked at a large green one walking toward them. Soon enough, the car and bike came to a stop, prompting the kids to step out as the vehicles soon transformed. "I thought there were two. The red and white one," Ratchet said as he looked at the three. "Haven't you heard? Humans multiply," RC said as she walked off. Jack frowned at that comment. That wasn't exactly how it worked. Wrath then took notice of the new human, who had her jaw dropped in awe as she stared at the metal titans, and introduced himself. "I'm Wrath. I'm Miko," she said, but not to him, as ran to the nearest one, the large green one. "Who are you?" "Bulkhead." The giant introduced himself. After that, Miko didn't hold back as she gasped. "Are you a car? I bet you're a truck. A monster truck. Do you like heavy metal? How much do you weigh? Ever use a wrecking ball for a punching bag? Autos and vehicles?" Bulkhead just seemed stumped at all the rapid-fire questions shot his way by the excitable girl. "Oh great. She's one of those." Jack internally groaned as he ran a hand down his face. He hoped that he could keep his powers a secret from this girl. The last thing he wanted to deal with was a bunch of questions he didn't have answers to. "So if you all are robots, who made you?" Wrath asked harmlessly. The red and white one, Ratchet, scoffed. "Police." He sounded offended. Was that a personal question?" Jack asked. Before anyone else could speak, heavy footsteps caused the ground beneath the humans to shake. They turned around and all looked up in awe to see the tallest bot of them all looking down at them. "We are autonomous robotic organisms from the planet Cybertron, also known as Autobots," Optimus explained. Aliens. He was talking to aliens. Aliens that could transform into cars. "Yep, it's official," he was crazy. "Why are you here?" Jack asked, going along with the insanity for now. For the next few minutes, Optimus told them everything. From the Decepticons who tried to kill them yesterday, to the war and the reason behind it all. And even about their leader Megatron. When he was finished, Jack had to admit, it sounded like he wasn't crazy, and that this was all real. Though he was surprised and mildly impressed that Miko asked, with a bored yawn, if there was to be a quiz. Seriously, this girl was something else. Not that he would know, considering that he never really talked much to other girls. Come to think of it, this might be the most he's interacted with the opposite gender outside of family and time at school. "Now I believe it's our turn to ask questions," Optimus said as he finished his story, and turned his attention on Jack, causing the team to flinch. "Starting with you, Jack." He began to sweat as he released a nervous chuckle. "Me? What would you want to know about little ol' me?" He darted his eyes left and right, trying to find an escape, but there was none. "How about how you, a scrawny, pubescent, fleshy, somehow managed to single-handedly fought and killed a Viacon, if what RC and Bumblebee said is true," Ratchet said, his tone full of doubt. "I've already gone through puberty." He whispered to himself, shivering as he recalled that nightmare. He heard a gasp and saw Miko look at him with wonder and awe. "Seriously?" She squealed, causing both humans and Autobots to wince. "You took on one of these guys and won. How? Are you also an alien? Where's your home planet? Are you a mutant? A lab experiment? Some sort of clone? What can you do?" The stream of endless questions continued for some time before Miko eventually stopped. Jack just blinked as he stared at her. It didn't even look like she was out of breath. "How did you produce those webs of yours?" RC asked, an edge to her voice. Jack blinked as he stared at her. "Did he do something?" "Yeah, is that stuff coming out of you? 'Cause if so, that's just gross." Bulkhead cringed. His human companions soon took a big step away from him. He just sighed. "It's a long story," Jack said. Optimus leaned back down and soon looked Jack in the eyes. "We have time. Please tell us what happened." Optimus encouraged the youth. Jack blinked at the tone the Prime used and the expression he was wearing. His eyes carried a gentleness and patience in them that he had never seen before. It was almost like a look a father would give their child. Jack shook those thoughts from his mind. He tried to keep himself calm, trying his hardest not to think about him. Eventually, he succeeded as he took a shuddered breath. Thankfully most people didn't notice. It all started at the end of last school year. Chapter 2, Part 2. Flashback, 6 months earlier. 15-year-old Jack Darby was excited to go to school today. Normally, he'd dread the thought of going to school. While he held no hate for the institution itself, he dreaded having to interact with his peers. While most left him alone due to his status as a wallflower, there was this one kid in particular, Vince, who was a pain. For some reason, the bully took great pleasure in targeting Jack specifically. Why? Maybe because of his status as a nerd. Maybe it was to satisfy his ego and prove his superiority. Or maybe it's because Jack shared homeroom with the prettiest girl in school. Honestly, Jack didn't know or care. He just wanted to be left alone. But not even Vince could ruin this day for him. Sophomore year was ending, and with it came a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Recently in the science community, a major chemical research company had found a new type of material, and from what Jack read, it could be a new element that they could place on the periodic table. Such a discovery guaranteed fame for anyone who discovered it. Discover more. Collecting rare graphic novels. Exploring educational science kits. Booking superhero movie tickets. Scientists. Privacy policy template. TV show merchandise. And to top it off, they were doing the first public showing of their research in Jasper, Nevada of all places. Even Jack couldn't believe it, cause he, like most residents and tourists to the small town, didn't think it held much significance. But that's when they revealed that the new mineral was mined just outside city limits. And his science class was the one selected to view it, having the highest grades in the school mostly thanks to Jack. Being one of the first to witness such a breakthrough in the sciences, made Jack tremble with excitement, fumbling with his glasses in an attempt to calm down. He always had bad eyesight, probably another reason why Vince bullied him. Exploring educational science kits. But he turned all those negative thoughts out as he focused on the present. His biology teacher, Dr. Kurt Connors, a tall blonde man who had lost his arm in military service, led them to the exhibit where a group of scientists. A large white tarp was draped over something that Jack could have sworn was glowing underneath. "Welcome future scientists," one of the scientists in a lab coat said as he greeted the class. "Who's ready to be amazed?" "I am," Jack shouted in excitement as he raised his hand. The gymnasium went silent as everyone stared dumbfounded at the awkward boy, some laughing at his outburst. Jack let out a small chuckle of embarrassment as he rubbed the back of his head, wishing the ground would swallow him whole then and there. Was he not supposed to say anything? "I like the enthusiasm, young man," the scientist said encouragingly as he focused on the class. "Now I'm sure you all are wondering what it is that has been hiding in your small town that caused such an upheaval in the science community." None of them did, except Jack. But he learned his lesson from before and kept quiet, though nodded his head vigorously. "Woo, tough crowd huh?" the scientist joked before he moved to grab the large white blanket. "Let's see you try to hide your surprise after you see this." With a mighty tug, he pulled the blanket away, to reveal something that took Jack's breath away. Exploring educational science kits. It's a glowing blue rock. Vince, who, unfortunately, had been in his science class, commented, clearly unimpressed as he stared at the supposedly history-changing discovery. Most of the students agreed with him. But Jack was mesmerized. As he gazed upon the glowing blue rock locked in a metal container with see-through glass, he was almost hypnotized by what he saw. The bright blue glow seemed alluring, tempting him to come closer to the rock. He took several steps forward before Dr. Connors stopped him with his prosthetic hand. That brought him out of his trace as the scientist continued. "I know it doesn't seem like much, but trust me, there's more to this glowing blue rock than meets the eye." A collective groan came from the students, even Jack. While he knew such a statement could be true for most things, it still sounded way too cheesy. "While it may not look like much, this discovery will change the world," the scientist said with confidence. "From just a rock this size alone, the energy it's giving off is higher than any known power source on the planet, bearing nuclear energy. Imagine how much power there could be if we found a larger sample." Discover more. Purchasing educational biology kits, eyeglasses, streaming animated movies and shows, exploring insect collecting kits, watching classic animated cartoons, discovering family-friendly TV shows. But that's not all. The scientist continued as he waved for the students to follow him. "We've discovered the mineral could also be liquefied and refined into a source of fuel, much more clean and environmentally safe than gasoline." However, the scientist's expression turned grim. "We also learned the mineral is highly combustible. One this size could easily level this entire school." At that, everyone took one big step back, even Jack. While he was fascinated, he wasn't exactly keen on blowing up. The scientist saw their fear and gave a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, this case is made from some of the strongest materials in the world. Not even a whole package of C4 could break through the container. Exploring educational science kits. That seemed to calm most of them down. But that's all scratching the surface of what this new mineral can do. The scientist continued, his enthusiasm returning. Through extensive study, we've hypothesized that this mineral can be used for human enhancement. Jack's mind was blown. Energy and fuel sources were one thing, but for this blue crystal-like mineral to be able to enhance humans as well. Such a thing was unheard of. And it seems Dr. Connors was just as fascinated, a strange gleam in his eyes. Now don't get your hopes up. Don't expect the second coming of Captain America to come from this rock anytime soon. The scientist joked. It's way too early for human trials, so we need to start small and work our way up. Which brings us to the finale. He then brought the class to a column full of display cases, 15 in total. Inside was a nice cozy habitat made for small organisms. Those organisms being spiders. Jack voiced aloud. Why would you use some tiny insects for this? Vince questioned as he stared in confusion at the faintly blue glowing spiders. Arachnids. Vince turned to look at Jack, who looked away after he realized he had tried to correct his bully. Spiders aren't insects, they're arachnids. Big difference. Some students laughed, causing Vince to narrow his eyes at the nerd. Correct, young man. Spiders are arachnids, the scientist said, bringing the attention back to him. And to answer the tall fellow's question, did you know that the common household spider has adapted to survive most environments, including the ability to self-heal? With this ability, we theorize that the spiders will be able to survive any harmful radiation that may come when the mineral is injected into a human. In theory. Discover more. Creative writing courses. Book club subscription. Fan fiction books. Digital writing tools. Fan fiction forum. Online writing community. In theory. Connors asked. These 15 are only the first batch. But hopefully, after a few more trials, we'll be able to take humanity to the next stage of evolution. There's 14, Sierra said. The scientist blinked. Pardon. She then pointed to one display that seemed empty. One's missing. The scientist then took a closer look at the display and indeed saw that there was no spider present. However, he didn't seem worried. Ah, it's probably just camouflaged. Did you all know some spiders can camouflage themselves like chameleons? However, the scientist couldn't be more wrong. 'Cause above them, hiding in the ceiling, already having spun its trademark web, was the glowing blue spider. It had escaped after camouflaging itself while its captors tried to feed it. As it stared down at the group of humans, its 8 eyes zeroed in on one in particular, the one who just raised his hand higher for it to reach. Is it okay if I can take some pictures? Jack asked after the scientist finished explaining with a raised hand. Go right ahead, young man, just don't share it with anyone else if you can. Wait until we publish our findings. The scientist informed him. Jack grinned as he quickly reached into his bag and pulled out his camera and began to take photos of the spiders. The other students dispersed and began taking a look at other parts of the exhibit. They had to write a paper on this when they were done. Jack took several photos of the blue rock before his attention returned to the spiders. He couldn't explain why, but he felt drawn to them, like he had a connection with them. He was so focused on the 14 that he missed the one that was dangling from its web and coming down to rest on him. Exploring insect collecting kits. I wonder how they'll plan to implement what they learned from the spiders. Jack thought as he continued taking pictures. Maybe they'll cross certain genomes in the spider to give to humans so that we develop the self-healing factor. But if that works, I wonder what else would change. Would we develop 4 additional limbs? Grow fangs. Will girls eat their boyfriends? That last one sounds grow. Ow. Discover more. Mobile app development. Terms of service. Writing software. Anime merchandise. Gaming accessories. Sciences. The sudden jolt of pain in his hand caused him to drop his camera and it shattered as it hit the floor. Most students turned to him and began laughing. He ignored them as he moved to see what hurt. It looked what appeared to be a bug bite on his right hand, a pretty nasty one at that. How did he not notice? He then moved to pick up his camera as he heard the sound of something being squished under his feet. Slowly, filling with dread, he lifted his shoe to reveal what appeared to be the crushed remains of a spider. Oh no. No. Jack began to panic. He just stomped on one of the greatest scientific hopes of all time. If the scientist found out about this, he could be arrested and sent off to jail. Maybe. Probably. He didn't know, and he didn't want to find out. Exploring educational science kits. Quickly cleaning up the murder, he then gathered the remains of his camera and left the gymnasium with the rest of his class. Unaware of the miracle happening in his body. Present. Sue, you used to wear glasses. Miko's sudden and off-topic questions brought him out of the memories and back into the present. Jack looked at her with a deadpan expression. That's your takeaway. Hey, I ain't never seen you in glasses so I wouldn't know, Miko said defensively. So it was a spider bite. Raph said, remembering when Jack told the short version, the very short version. Yeah, I know. Believe me, I thought it was crazy, but it's true. Jack admitted. Do you happen to have any pictures of that mineral they injected the spiders with? Optimus asked. Sure. My camera was destroyed but I managed to save the memory card. Why'd ask? I wish to confirm something, Optimus said cryptically. Jack just went along with it as he whipped out his phone and pulled up a picture of the rock. He showed it to Optimus who only took one glance before speaking. I knew it. Knew what? Jack asked, interested. Did Optimus know about the rock? That my boy is no mere glowing blue rock. That is Energon. Jack's eyes widened at Optimus' declaration. Was that true? Did that mean he had alien lifeblood flowing through his body? Did this mean he's an alien? Wait, are you saying Jack's an alien? Miko yelled, her voice a mix of excitement and jealousy. She wanted to be an alien. No. Optimus' immediate rebuttal caused Jack to sigh in relief while Miko in disappointment. But it is strange that you somehow survived. That last word caught Jack's attention. What do you mean, survive? Ratchet spoke up. Based on our studies, we found any human exposed to Energon can have drastic if fatal consequences. The humans' faces all went pale, Jack's being the most white. But you somehow managed to survive, Ratchet said, his interest peaked as he pulled what appeared to be a giant needle and began walking toward Jack. I'll need to take a blood sample for further analysis. Jack began to take several large steps back with his hands held out. Ratchet was then pulled back as Bulkhead and Bumblebee held him by the sides. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Calm down, Ratchet. No need to scare the kid. Bulkhead said. Bumblebee trilled something out, which snapped Ratchet out of his mad scientist phase, and looked down at the human. Apologize. I should have been more sensitive. It's just there's been no record of any other organism being able to have Energon run through their veins and to affect them like it has you. It was such an exciting reveal that I let myself get carried away. Forgive me. Jack gave the ambulance robot a hard look. While he was slightly offended to be treated like a lab rat, he had to admit, he could understand Ratchet's fascination, being a person of science himself. Water under the bridge. Just try asking for permission next time, okay Doc Bot. What bridge? Ratchet asked, confused. Jack rolled his eyes. Figure of speech. Ahem. Optimus brought the attention back to him. While I am glad there is no ill will between us due to what just happened, I think it would be best to get back to the topic at hand, as I feel there is more to the story. He looked to Jack for confirmation, who nodded. Please continue. Hunting for collectible action figures. Well, nothing happened at first, Jack said, rubbing the back of his head. I only started to feel sick after I got home. I went to bed before Mom got back without even having a chance to call and ask what to do. He then seemed hesitant to continue as he grew slightly pale. Then I had this strange dream. Flashback. He opened his eyes and saw he was standing on a metal surface. He looked around, his surroundings unfamiliar to him. Where am I? He asked aloud. He received no answer, not that he was expecting one. He froze when all the hairs on his body felt they flared like goosebumps. A deafening ringing was going off in the base of his skull. Every instinct in his body was telling him to run. But he couldn't move, too frozen in fear. Fear of, he didn't know. He then saw a large shadow loom over him. Turning around, he looked up to see a giant, covered in pure darkness, its head was crowned with horns. Dark purple storms surrounded the giant, giving it a menacing appearance, if he didn't already have one. Well, that explains it. Jack thought, now knowing the source of the fear. A fear that grew when its dark purple looked down at him, its gaze radiating pure evil. The ringing in his head, which was loud enough for a deaf man to hear, just got even louder. The giant raised its leg and took a step toward Jack. The team did the only thing he could do. He ran. And ran. And ran. And ran. And suddenly pulled to a stop when he saw he was standing over a large well. Jack looked in amazement. The size of the circle was larger than Jasper's. He stopped admiring when he felt the ground shake and turned to see the giant looming over him. Jack weighed his options. He could try running around the circumference of the circle, but that would take too long. He could try running in between the giant's legs, but he didn't want to risk getting squished. He obviously couldn't jump down the well, that would be suicide. Unfortunately, he didn't have a choice, as when the giant took another step the ground shook so hard that Jack lost his balance and fell into the well. Jack let out a terrified scream as he fell, trying to flap his hands fast enough in a vain attempt to fly, which didn't work. He stopped screaming when nothing changed for a good long moment, simply content to keep falling into the abyss. At least that giant wasn't here. After what felt like hours, something changed. He began to see a bright blue-white light that seemed to be growing in size. The ringing in his head returned, but unlike before with the giant, whose presence made him feel a sense of fear unlike any he had before, this was the complete opposite. It was comforting, warm. He felt safe, protected like he felt when usually in the presence of his mom. There was a flash and suddenly, a rainbow of starlights shot out of the blue-white light. Jack, fearful, covered his face. However, as soon as a million streams of lights washed over him, he felt calm, at peace. He looked on in amazement as the lights moved around him and through him. Strange, he almost felt a sense of companionship with these lights. In some way, he and they were the same. He felt strongly about that for one in particular. A bright red spark hovered in front of him, almost as if it was studying him. Jack couldn't explain, but he felt a similarity with this sparkling, more so than the others. The red spark soon ascended upward, the rest soon followed until Jack was again left alone in the darkness. He continued to fall for some time before his back soon collided with something that stopped his fall. It was like he landed on a trampoline, the surface dipping before springing back up. Unlike a trampoline, he was still stuck to the surface. He took a moment to look at where he was and noticed it was a giant spider web. He tried to move, but like a fly, he was stuck. He lay there for a few moments before the ringing in his skull returned. And unlike with the giant or the bright light, this ringing made him feel a sense of kinship, more so than with those sparks, even the red one. Exploring insect collecting kits. As the ringing got stronger, he soon had a sinking suspicion of what it was he was sensing. He got his confirmation when he saw a massive spider crawling its way toward him. Jack tried to move again, but like any good prey, he was stuck in the spider's web, and the large arachnid seemed to take pleasure in watching him struggle. Eventually, he stopped moving as the spider's face loomed over him, its 8 eyes staring over his body. Jack felt like he was a chicken being judged on whether he was tender enough. He gulped nervously and gave a shaky smile as he stuttered a warning. Fair warning, I'm not that tasty. I mean look at me, I don't have enough fat on me. The spider didn't seem to mind as it began clicking its stingers and opened its mouth. Wah! H. Jack shot up, his shirtless upper body covered in a cold sweat. He was trembling. His skin was so pale it seemed like he was a ghost, and with how real that dream felt, he probably should. He took several deep breaths to calm his racing heart down. When he finally did, he saw that he was in his room, safe and sound. He let out a sigh. Must have been a fever dream. His mom told him those could get crazy, but he never expected they could be that vivid and extreme. Must have been some bite. Or maybe not. After calming down, Jack took a moment to get a feel for his body. He thought he'd feel sick for days after a bite that bad. But he felt fine. Better than ever in fact. He felt like he could take on the universe. He looked at his hand where the spider bite was, only to see there was no trace of it. He frowned. That wasn't normal. Bites, even from arachnids, don't heal that fast. Weird, Jack muttered before he just shrugged and moved to get ready for school. He went over to the mirror, grabbed his glasses, and put them on when something weird happened. His vision was blurry. He frowned. Usually, the blurriness went away when he put on his glasses. He took them off and was able to see as clearly as he could with them on, even better. He put them on, then took them off again. He did this several times before he finally stopped. Eyeglasses. Okay, weirder, Jack said. He needed glasses for as long as he could remember. So why the sudden perfect vision? Something weird was going on. Well, at least his mom wouldn't have to pay for any more broken glasses. He put the spectacles away and moved to grab a shirt when he saw something that caused his brain to momentarily shut down. He had a six-pack. And honest-to-goodness six-pack. And he had muscles training down his arms and his chest looked both toned and firm. Did he get taller too? He began flexing a bit as he admired his muscles. He couldn't help but smile and laugh in joy at his new appearance. He had no idea what was in that spider, but he wasn't complaining. A knock on the door pulled him out of his thoughts. Jack, his mother called. Yeah, Mom, Jack responded, still admiring his body. Are you okay? I heard screaming. I'm fine, Mom. Just a nightmare. Are you sure? It didn't look like you ate anything last night. I'm okay, Mom. In fact, he paused as he looked down at his body, his smile widening even more. I've never felt better. Well, hurry up or you'll be late for school. His mom reminded him. School. Jack thought before an idea came to him. For the longest time, he was at the bottom of the barrel, being the nerd and loser of the class. But now with this body. No more. Things are gonna be different now, he said with determination as he moved to get ready. Present. Wait, you have a six-pack? Miko asked, interrupting him again. Yes, Jack said, looking at her. She studied his form for a moment, noting his clothes that almost looked too big for him. He had to buy a size larger than his ordinary self after his powers came in. I don't believe you, she said. Why would I lie? Does a guy need a reason to lie about his muscles in front of a girl? She asked, which caused him to shut up. She did have a point. What would it take to convince you? He asked sarcastically. He was sure Miko wasn't going to answer. Show me. What? He stared at her for a moment, wondering if he misheard her. Show me your six-pack. She repeated. She then smirked. Unless of course, you got something to hide. Jack gritted his teeth. He had learned a lot about self-control after getting his powers, but this girl. She just drove him up the wall. Fine. He groaned as he lifted his shirt, exposing his core to the girl. There. Happy. He expected some sort of sarcastic reply or a satisfied nod, but what he got was a stunned expression. Miko's mouth was wide open as she stared at your stomach, eyes never leaving that solid core. Her face began to burn as her ears turned red. He soon began to mirror her as he let go of his shirt, covering the abs that Miko was still staring at. As this was going on, Optimus was in deep thought, thinking about the dream Jack described. Those two at the beginning, the menacing giant and the comforting white light. Did he have a vision of them? Hunting for collectible action figures. He shook his head, he could focus on that later. What happened next? Both Jack and Miko calmed down as the latter turned away from the former, her face red. Jack merely scratched his head as he continued. Well, I spent the next few days getting used to my powers. I kept accidentally breaking things with my super strength, thankfully my mom never found out. But then, he trailed off as he suddenly seemed to clam up, looking nervous. But then what? RC asked. Jack was silent for a long time, his expression looking like a kid who got caught stealing a cookie from the jar. Finally, he blurted out, I got into a fight. Flashback. The car was silent as mother and son drove through the town of Jasper back to the neighborhood. They hadn't spoken since June picked up Jack from school after he got detention. And why did he get detention, you ask? He got into a fight with Vince. Though, a fight might be an exaggeration because Jack barely did anything before he sent Vince flying. He had dodged several punches that moved in slow motion and backflipped to dodge a tackle from behind. But he didn't hit Vince till he caught his fist, then sent him flying back with one punch. After that, Jack was given detention, and the school called his mother. When she arrived, she didn't say a thing to him, and neither did he to her, feeling the atmosphere was too tense to speak. The drive back was even more unbearable. So much that he almost wished that the giant from his dream stomped on him for real, or that the spider ate him. At least he wouldn't have to deal with this. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, they finally arrived home and pulled into the driveway. Jack began to move to leave. Stay. His mother spoke for the first time. Despite it being one word, he could feel the emotion in her voice and did as commanded. They sat there in silence for a long moment, the only sound being the car engine. He couldn't look her in the eyes. He didn't know what to say, but he knew he had to say something. That was the first time the school called me while at work. June's statement caused him to stop. They knew I was busy as a nurse, so I told them never to call me unless it was an emergency. So when they finally did call me, do you know what my first thought was? Is Jack okay? Was he hurt? Those were the questions running through my mind. Even more so when it was the nurse's office who answered. Do you know how shocked I was when I heard it was you who sent someone else to the nurse's office? I thought it was some prank. But the school principal confirmed it. I had to leave work early so that I could pick you up, and during the whole drive, I asked myself one question: why? Why would my baby boy do such a thing? June, who hadn't been looking at him the whole time she was speaking, turned towards him, a pleading but firm look in her eyes. Why? The use of his full name made it hurt all the more as he looked down in shame. He was being a jerk. He muttered. And that gives you the right to get into a fight with him. Hey, I didn't start that fight. Jack suddenly yelled in anger. Don't you raise your voice at me, Jackson Darby. The use of his full name caused him to clam up. He may have the proportionate strength of a spider, but he was still nervous around his mother. She then calmed down as she continued speaking. You may not have started it, but you finished it. Exploring insect collecting kits. What was I supposed to do, run away? Yes. Be the better man. Don't escalate the problem. June's look soon became dark as she whispered the next part. That's just what your father would do. That felt like a knife to Jack's heart. His dad left him and his mom when he was 6 years old. Since then, Jack had always resented his father. He always hated it when his mom compared him to his dad. It made him feel sick to his stomach, more so than when that spider bit him. June seemed to sense the dip in Jack's mood and looked down in shame. She knew that was a low blow. But that felt like the only way she could get her point across. Look, Jack, the point is, you're changing into the man I hope I know you're going to be. But remember, just because you can do something, doesn't mean you should. With great power, there must also come great responsibility. Remember that, okay? Jack only nodded. June then sighed. I have to go back to work. There should be some leftovers in the fridge. Okay, Jack muttered, taking that as his cue to step out. As he shut the door, the car pulled out of the driveway. His mother waved at him as he waved back before driving off. When she was gone, he looked down at his hand with a shameful look. She was right. She was absolutely right. How could he have been so stupid? Getting in trouble like this was the last thing his mom needed. She's working hard enough as is to provide for both of them. And he does something like this. Yeah, a real son of the year material there, Jack. He thought. He couldn't let this happen again. To do that, he needed to learn more about these powers, enough that when he ever found himself in another situation like that, he could just use them to walk away. He didn't want to cause any more trouble for her. It's as she said, just because he can do something doesn't mean he should. With great power comes great responsibility. Present. Over the summer I spent time getting a part-time job and learned as much about my powers as I could. I learned I could cloak, stick to walls, create electricity in my hands, etc. I didn't do anything big with them because I wanted to keep it all a secret. I also built my web shooters using the money from my part-time job. I don't know the full reason why, just that I felt this urge to build them. Does that make sense? Jack asked. He got various looks from his human companions and the Autobots. Anyway, that's my story. Hope that satisfies you guys. Purchasing educational biology kits. Indeed it does. Thank you for sharing it with us, Jack. Optimus thanked him sincerely. Don't mention it. To tell you the truth, it feels like a weight has been lifted off me. Nice to finally share this with someone else. Jack admitted, and honestly, it did feel good to share this with other people. For a long time, he kept this secret bottled up inside him. So to finally let it out was like a breath of fresh air. So let me get this straight, Miko spoke up. You got bit by a spider juiced with alien blood, got all these powers along with an, admittedly, amazing bod, built your own spider webs, so glad those don't come out of you by the way, and you do nothing with them. The volume of her voice took him aback. Yeah, that pretty much sums it up. Are you an idiot? Miko screamed again. Seriously, what is with this girl? Forget being a fry cook or a scientist, you could be a full-blown superhero, and you do nothing. What is wrong with you? Jack frowned. What's wrong with wanting to be normal? I can't cause problems for my mom, not when she's working so hard for us. Just because you're using your powers doesn't mean you're causing your mom problems, Miko stated. She has a point, Raph said. I mean, if you hadn't used your powers when that Decepticon cornered us, we would have been dead. And that didn't cause problems for anyone. Jack sighed. Look, that was an extreme situation that required me to use my powers. I won't be doing that again if I can help it. I can't get involved in something like this or else my mom would worry. A noble sentiment, Jack, Optimus spoke up, however I fear you may not have much of a choice. What do you mean? Raph asked. Given that you know of our existence, the Decepticons clearly know of yours, especially since you killed one. He said more to Jack than the others. Got it, see any strange black cars that want to kill us, call the bat phone. He joked before gesturing to the exit. Can we go now? Are you insane? Miko repeated. Look, what you decide to do with your sweet powers is up to you, but I am living a dream here in Botswana. And I will not allow you or anyone else to shatter it. Jack, back up. Man, was this girl feisty. It is best that you three remain under our watch. At least until we can discern our enemy's intention, Optimus advised, something that Ratchet appears opposed to. Hunting for collectible action figures. Optimus, with all due respect, the human children are as in far danger here as anywhere. Children, Jack repeated, clearly offended along with Miko and Raph. They have no protective shell. Ratchet continued, having not heard or cared what Jack said. If they get underfoot they will go, squish. He emphasized his point by taking a step with his foot, causing the kids to step back. Maybe Jack could survive, but they didn't know the limits of his durability or if he could even lift them. Then, for the time being, Ratchet, we must watch where we step, Optimus explained, knowing his longtime friend was mostly concerned about people invading his workspace, but still concerned all the same. Bree. Suddenly, an alarm flashed through the base as green lights flashed all around them. The bots seemed to know the answer, but it flew over the humans' heads, so Jack asked the obvious, what's that? Bumblebee buzzed out a response Jack and Miko couldn't understand. Thankfully Raph did. Proximity sensor. He explained before pointing to the roof. Someone's up top. Ratchet pulled up a screen on the large green monitors and a video of a helicopter landing appeared. It's Agent Fowler, he said. From the tone of his voice, it sounded like they knew this guy. I thought we were the only humans who knew about you guys. Somehow, that made Jack even more nervous. If more people knew about them, does that mean they would know about him? Special Agent Fowler is our designated liaison to the outside world, Optimus explained as he turned to face them. As he tends to visit only when there are issues, it may be best that you do not meet him at this time. No argument here, Jack thought to himself. If this guy was really from the government, Jack did not want to be found out. Or else they may take him to be dissected. The others had similar thoughts, maybe not about dissection as they all moved to hide. Jack was even tempted to activate his camouflage ability. What followed was a tense meeting between a man of African American descent, who they assumed to be Agent Fowler, and Optimus. They argued about the chase last night, whether or not the military needed to take action. Optimus assuring the agent they were the best defense against the Decepticons, Bulkhead breaking something with Ratchet yelling, I needed that. Jack and the others had to stop themselves from laughing. Purchasing educational biology kits. Eventually, Fowler left, and it looked like he didn't spot them. However, something Bulkhead said before breaking Ratchet's tool stuck with him. When to use power, and how much. For some reason, that resonated with him as he looked toward his hand. After several more hours of questions and answers, Jack letting Ratchet take a blood sample to study how the energon interacted with his body, an alert went off. Someone named Cliffjumper, who everyone thought was dead, was alive, or at least seemed to be. Ratchet believed it to be nothing more than a bug due to Earth tech. However, RC seemed determined to see if there was a small chance this Cliffjumper was alive, a sentiment Optimus shared as he soon ordered for the Autobots, beside Ratchet, to roll out catchy catchphrase. What can we do? Miko asked excitedly, hoping to be included. Optimus looked at her for a moment, then at Jack, contemplating on something for a moment before saying, "Remain with Ratchet." "Ah," Miko whined. "Ah." Ratchet also whined, causing Jack to look at him with an offended look. Seriously, does he hate them that much? Soon enough the Autobots all transformed and drove into the ringed tunnel as it suddenly became a green swirling vortex. Then, they disappeared. What just happened? Jack asked in shock as he and the others looked over the edge of the railings down the tunnel. "I transported them to the coordinates via the ground bridge," Ratchet answered as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. "We don't know what that is," Jack thought. "What's a ground bridge?" Raph asked. Ratchet sighed. Seems like he would need to explain this. A scaled-down version of space bridge technology. Since we don't have the means or energon required for intergalactic travel, he trailed off. "You're stuck here," Jack finished, his tone filled with sympathy, "on Earth. With the likes of you, yes," Ratchet said as he glared at Jack before his voice began to fill with pride. "But I constructed the ground bridge to transport anyone from here, to anywhere on your planet." "Does it work for humans?" Raph asked. "Purchasing educational biology kits." "Naturally. You mean I could just zoom on over and visit my parents in Tokyo?" Miko asked. "Yes, in fact, allow me to send you there now. All three of you." Man, he was trying to get rid of them. "Watch it, Ratchet," Miko warned, which caused the bot to flinch. Jack whistled. He had to admit, seeing her being all feisty and not having it aimed at him, it was attractive. He shook his head. "Get those thoughts out of your mind," Jack told himself as he looked back to the portal. "Maybe I could take this to New York one day," Jack muttered. Ever since he got his powers, it's been a dream of his to go to New York and swing through the concrete jungle. He didn't know why, he just felt this urge to do it. Maybe one day. Time passed, and eventually, they received a communication from Optimus, his voice sounding frantic. "Ratchet, bridge us back. Use the arrival coordinates now." Ratchet obeyed without question as he flipped the switch and the portal opened. The humans turned down to see the four Autobots with what appeared to be a blue explosion trailing behind them. As soon as they entered, Ratchet then closed the portal. Optimus was the last one through, transformed and flipped out of the way of the explosion, and landed like a superhero into the base. "Whoa, wow," the humans muttered in awe. "Okay, that was pretty cool," Jack thought as he looked at the Prime in awe. "Cutting it a bit close. How about Cliffjumper?" Ratchet asked. The mood had instantly taken a dive after he asked that question, something Miko didn't pick up on. "What was that huge explosion? Was there a fight? Can I come with you next time?" Jack gave her a side eye. "Read the room." He then saw that RC growled before she glared at the girl. Acting fast, Jack took Miko by the shoulders. "Hey Miko. Why don't we see what the bots hide in their sock drawers?" he suggested, coming up with the first thing that came to mind. "Seriously? That's the best you could come up with? Sock drawers?" she deadpanned. "What did you want me to say? Besides, I just saved your life. You should be thanking me," Jack argued. "Saving someone sounds pretty heroic for someone not wanting to be a superhero," Miko teased with a sly grin. Jack was about to respond when they suddenly saw RC collapse, holding onto a container to steady herself. Bumblebee buzzed what sounded like concern. "I'm fine," she assured them. "Just dizzy." That last comment caught them all off guard. "Robots who get dizzy?" Miko questioned. "Robots with emotion," Raph continued. "Robots who can die," Jack finished, his face flashing with horror. He looked down at his hands in thought. If these robots were indeed alive, did that mean that Khan he killed was a living person? Moments later, Ratchet was scanning over RC. He stopped when it looked like he'd picked up something that shouldn't be there. Jack soon caught a glance at a dark liquid. As soon as he saw it, his spider sense went off in a way that was similar to when he saw that giant in his dream. That sent a chill running up his spine. Exploring insect collecting kits. After Ratchet told RC to take a decontamination bath, Jack decided to broach a subject with Optimus that had been bothering him for a while. "Oh Optimus, I hate to bug, but no bars," Jack pointed out as he held out his phone to show proof. He felt like a jerk. Here the Autobots had lost what seemed to be a close comrade and friend, and he was concerned about the Wi-Fi. Made him seem like that stereotypical teen who's obsessed with their own devices. A security precaution, Optimus explained, not appearing to be offended by Jack's question. The silo walls isolate all radio waves. That explains it. Still, that left him with a big problem. Well, if I don't call my mom, like, now, I'm pretty sure the cops will be out looking for me. Have you broken a law? Optimus asked. If Jack was offended by such a question, he didn't show it. Curfew. He explained, feeling even more lame than before. It's after 10 p.m. You even follow a curfew. What kind of superhero are you anyway? Miko asked. I'm not a superhero, kind, Jack grumbled. I better get home too, or I'll be grounded for a year, Raph spoke up, now realizing how late he stayed out. Earth customs, I hadn't considered, Optimus said in understanding. Can't blame you, I mean, it's not like you guys have parents, right? Do you? Jack's joke turned into a genuine question. No, we do not, Optimus answered, not getting the joke. But the issue of your safety still remains. Bulkhead, he turned to the green Autobot, accompany Miko home. Awesome. Miko cheered in excitement. My host parents will freak. Her excitement died after Optimus continued. And maintain covert surveillance in vehicle form, Optimus ordered. Curbside duty got it. Bulkhead nodded in understanding. Miko whined. Optimus ignored her complaining as he then turned to another bot. Bumblebee, you'll watch over Raph. The bot looked at Raph, who smiled. It made sense to Jack, cause for some reason, Raph seemed to be the only one who understood Bumblebee, so it worked. But, that left him with Ratchet. Busy. The doc bot said, causing Jack to sigh in relief. He really didn't want a grump watching over him. But then he was stuck with RC, Optimus said as she emerged from her decontamination bath, you'll accompany Jack. Hunting for collectible action figures. Jack visibly flinched at the name of his assigned guardian. While it wasn't as bad as Ratchet, he still wasn't looking forward to this, mainly because it seemed like RC didn't like him much, or at all. But he couldn't exactly figure out why. It may have been because he started touching her in her vehicle form without permission or something, but it felt deeper than that. Like she had some sort of deep personal hatred for him, or at least, an aspect of him. Still, she was supposed to be a professional soldier, so it shouldn't be too much trouble, right? Jack hoped as he scratched the back of his head. Still dizzy, RC said, trying her best to appear unable to do her assignment. You're fine, says your physician, Ratchet assured her, ratting her out in the process. She sighed as she moved to go. Jack slumped his shoulder in defeat. Darby luck, you strike again. As he waited for RC to get ready, Jack stood off to the side, wondering how he got himself involved in this. Jack. Hearing his name be called, Jack turned to see Optimus walking towards him. He straightened his body almost immediately. There was something about this bot that made him want to act his best in front of him. Hey Optimus, what do you need? If it's a threat to hunt me down, should I tell anyone? Don't worry, RC already gave me the warning. Jack joked. However, his joke caused Optimus to sigh. I apologize for how she has acted towards you, Jack. She is one of my most loyal and driven soldiers. At times it can be both a blessing and a curse. I know it may be too much, but may I ask you to please be patient with her. I believe that with time, she will come around to you. Jack thought about it for a moment. While he was annoyed that RC had been particularly angry at him, he couldn't deny that she worked to save his life. And that fact they got off on the wrong foot was more his fault than hers, so he couldn't blame her. Sure thing, Optimus. Jack agreed, causing the leader to smile. Is that all? No, Optimus said. I wanted to ask you something, about the phrase your mother said to you when you recounted your story. With great power comes great responsibility. Hunting for collectible action figures. What about it? Jack asked. Why would Optimus want to know about something his mom once said? In all my life, I had never heard such a phrase such as this. It is a simple saying, but contains so much wisdom that if understood, could change a person's way of life completely. Optimus praised. Yeah, I try to do my best to follow it by staying out of trouble. Though getting involved with alien robots along with spider powers hasn't made it any easier. Jack said with a sigh. And that is another thing I wanted to talk with you about, Optimus said, making Jack look at him. I fear you may be looking at the phrase in the wrong way. What? Jack asked, his eyes narrowed. Please understand, I mean no offense to you or your mother. But I feel I need to say this. Optimus said. You believe it means that despite the power you hold, you should stay away from conflict or trouble when the opposite could be just as true, if not more so. Jack frowned as he thought about it for a moment. Optimus had a point. For a long time he thought that despite having these powers, he shouldn't involve himself in dangerous situations. But could that thinking be wrong? Should he get involved in dangerous situations because he has these powers? Seeing that Jack was in deep thought, Optimus spoke up. You do not need to make a decision now. I merely advise you to think it over for a while before you come to a decision. With that, Optimus walked away, leaving Jack to stew over his words. The drive back home was silent, with Jack only speaking up to give directions. It was tense, also as much as it was with his mom after he got into that fight with Vince months ago. Eventually, they arrived at his house and entered the garage. As he stepped off the Autobot, Jack felt compelled to say something, to offer some sort of condolence for the clearly grieving robot. RC, I just wanted to say, he stuttered as he tried to come up with something to say. What could he say? He didn't know Cliffjumper. He barely knew her. But eventually, he just settled on. I'm really sorry for your loss. What could you possibly know about loss, Arachnid? Her question was like a sharp knife in his heart. But she wasn't exactly wrong. He hasn't lost anything, except his dad, but that was different. Still, he was just trying to help, no need for her to react with such venom. What, you think you're the only one with problems? Jack fired back, hands on his hips. RC suddenly transformed and glared down at him. I'm not sure girl trouble counts. Jack scoffed. It's not just girls. I also have. Yeah, your disgusting powers. I know, she said, the venom in her voice clear to see. Jack blinked. Was that what was bothering her? His powers. But if so, then why? Before they could say anything else, they heard a car pulling up to the house. They both panicked but for different reasons. Cons, RC said as she brought up her blasters at the car. No, Mom, Jack yelled, waving for her to stand down as he rushed out to meet her. The car pulled to a stop and his mother got out. Jack. Mom, he ran up to her. Don't freak, I can explain. How the heck do I explain a giant robot that can transform into a car? Jack thought as his mom looked at him, disapproval on her face. Can you? June said as she walked past him to stand next to the Autobot, who thankfully managed to transform before his mom could see. Jackson Darby, we talked about this. Jack sighed in both relief and annoyance. Great, he was getting this talk again. Yeah, I know, and you don't know. His mother cut him off sternly as she walked back to him. I worry about you enough when you're not here, especially after that fight. Now I have to worry about you driving a motorcycle. I'm 16. I can't be riding at 10 speed forever. He argued as he walked past her. How did you even afford this? June asked. Could Fry Cooks really pay for a bike like this? Crap, he hadn't thought about how to explain this. It's used. It's abused really, it needs a ton of repairs. Hopefully, she buys that. But the point is, he moved over to the workbench which housed his chemistry equipment for his web shooters and placed a hand on a helmet that hadn't been used since he first bought it. I may have been a kid when I bought this, he said, gesturing to the helmet. But I'm not anymore. You always tell me, with great power comes great responsibility. Well, I used my power of agency to choose her. He pointed to RC as mother and son hovered next to the bike. And I'll be responsible. I promise. He will. Or at least, he'll do his best. Her, his mother questioned with a sly smile. I didn't think you'd be bringing girls home just yet. I'd like to think she brought me, Jack said, being as honest as he could. June sighed. Well, I'm glad you finally have a reason to wear your helmet, every single time you ride. She emphasized the last part. She then became shy as she asked, you will take me for a spin every once in a while, right? Riding on the back of her ex-husband's motorcycle was one of her favorite things to do when they first started dating. We'll see, Jack said as he turned back to Acri, she's kinda temperamental. He said before turning off the light and shutting the door. As she was left alone in the garage, RC sighed. Why was she acting like this? Jack hadn't done anything wrong. So why was she being so difficult with him? That was a rhetorical question. She knew why. It's because his powers remind her too much of her. She knew they weren't the same, but it seemed to be hard to separate them from her spark. Maybe one day she would come to see them as two separate people. But for now, she just had to hope he wouldn't grow to hate her until then. Chapter 3, Part 3. Vroom. Jack's eyes flashed as his enhanced senses heard the noise of a motorcycle engine staring up. Throwing on his clothes, he rushed to the garage and opened the door to see RC revving her engine. "Shish, are you crazy? You'll wake up my mom," he yelled in a whisper. "Grab your helmet. It's go time," Akri said, turning toward him. Jack sighed. "It's Saturday," he moaned. He was hoping to get a couple more hours of shut-eye. "You can watch cartoons back at base with Bumblebee," Akri said, inching closer to him. "Cartoons. I'm 16, he scoffed as he shut the door to go finish getting ready. "And leave a note for your mom. She worries," RC called. "Don't need to tell me that." After getting his helmet and leaving a note for his mom, Jack and RC pulled up next to a stop sign in the desert around the main base. "Tighten your grip, Jack," RC said as she revved her engines. "Whoa," Jack yelped as she took off down the road, burning rubber as she performed a wheelie. He let out a chuckle. "Hey, what's with you, RC? Thought you might actually enjoy the ride if you weren't getting shot at. That and to make up for how I've been treating you," she thought to herself. Jack smirked underneath his helmet. "Oh, bring it." And bring it she did. They tore through the desert road, the wind streaking across his body. This is why he wanted a motorcycle. This feeling of freedom and a sense of nostalgia overtook Jack. The last time he felt like this, without the danger of being shot at, was when his dad took him on a drive with his motorcycle. He was 5 at the time. His mom freaked out when she learned about it. It was then and there he knew he wanted a motorcycle. A part of him dreamed about riding off into the sunset with his old man. He shook away those thoughts as bitter feelings started to bubble up. Those days were in the past. He didn't want his dad, memories of him or not, to ruin the experience he was having now. That's when an idea came to him. "Hey, okay if I try something?" Jack asked. Ever since he got his powers, he's always wanted to do this on a motorcycle. "Go for it," RC allowed. Jack took a deep breath before he gripped the handles tighter and pushed his lower body into the air, his feet kicking the sky. He then spread his legs into a split. Then, deciding to be daring, he let go of one of the handles and held his hand to the side to balance himself. He laughed as he performed a trick most daredevils wouldn't be able to pull off after practicing for most of their life. Sometimes having spider powers was awesome. They continued the drive, Jack performing even more impressive feats of acrobatics while on the blue Autobot. All in all, it was a great way to spend a Saturday morning. After driving for a while, Jack and RC made their way to the base, meeting with the other bots and humans. Entering the silo, the humans dismounted the bots, all of them shouting in joy and excitement. "That was awesome. Can we go again?" "Sweet." Bulkhead grumbled as he opened his chest and pulled out an electric guitar. "Sorry." Miko apologized as she took the guitar. "Must have left that in the backseat." Autobots. "Prepare to," Optimus trailed off. "Roll out," Akri predicted. "Remain here," he said instead. Jack's sweat dropped. Then what was with the buildup? Also, how does one prepare to remain where they are? "Ratchet, you'll come with me," Optimus told the medic before turning to Jack's partner. "RC, we'll be outside communications range for some time. So I'm putting you in charge." "Dude, you're biggest. You should be the boss," Miko said to Bulkhead. "That shouldn't be a factor when deciding who should lead," Jack thought before he looked back up to Optimus, noting his tall stature. "Okay, maybe a little. He never picks me," Bulkhead admitted. "I wonder why?" Jack asked rhetorically, recalling what happened yesterday when Bulkhead broke one of Ratchet's devices. "Optimus," RC began, "with all due respect, playing bodyguard is one thing, babysitting's another." Jack sighed at her comment as he walked to join the other humans. And just when he thought they were getting along. "Besides, Ratchet hasn't been in the field since the war. My pistons may be rusty, but my hearing is as sharp as ever," Ratchet called out, letting her know she was in the room. "Gonna have to agree with the Doc bot on this one," Jack said. My mom's a nurse, and I'd honestly face another Decepticon than get on her bad side. She knows all the vital parts of the human body and how to mess them up in seriously twisted ways. He and the other humans shivered. For the moment, it is only reconnaissance, Optimus told them. However, there was something in his voice. Something RC picked up on. Then why do I hear an edge in your voice? RC, much has changed in the last 24 hours, and we all need to adapt. Jack had a feeling that comment was also aimed at him. The Autobot leader then turned to his medic. Ratchet, bridge us out. Ratchet pulled the lever and the swirling green portal of the ground bridge came to life. The two bots walked toward the bridge before disappearing into the vortex. Okay, Chief, so, what's on the activities list? Maybe some air hockey, or foosball. You guys have those, right? Jack asked in a joking tone. I'm going on patrol, RC said as moved to the exit. But Optimus told us to stay. Bulkhead reminded. When you're in charge, you can call the shots. She then turned to the yellow bot. Be with me. Bumblebee let out a series of disappointed buzzes. He was really looking forward to hanging out with Raph and the others. Bulkhead, you're in charge, RC said before she and Bumblebee transformed and drove out of the base. So, what's on the activities list? He asked with a shrug. He then held his audio receptors at the sound of loud feedback, something you would hear from an instrument getting hooked up. How about, Miko said as she hooked her guitar up to an amp that just happened to be lying around with a speaking next to it. Band practice. She missed the look of annoyance on Jack's face. Seriously, doesn't this girl remember he has enhanced senses, including hearing? But, we're not a band. Raph pointed out. Why so antisocial? Miko asked with a chuckle as she walked up to him. Come on Raph. You play anything. Raph trailed off as he then picked up his computer. Keyboard. Laptops and samples. Good. Jack. The enhanced teen rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. I sometimes mess around on the harmonica. He admitted. Do I look like I do country? Miko asked, gesturing to herself. He was about to answer when she spoke again. Just cover yourself in fake blood and jump around screaming. Ooh, and maybe grow 8 limbs. Can you do that? Jack started to talk but she walked away before he could say anything. Of course, he couldn't grow 8 limbs. Right. Bulkhead, percussion. Miko continued, pointing at the big bot. We'll go for big industrial sound. DIY, we're a band. You just gotta know the songs. This one's a ballad. My fist, your face. She then strummed on the guitar and rock music started playing out of the speakers. Both human boys and bots had to cover their ears at the loud noise and Miko continued playing without a care in the world. Despite how incredibly agitating it all was to his senses, Jack had to admit, this girl could play. Maybe she could make it big. If she didn't drive her bandmates crazy with her personality. However, in between the loud noises, Jack picked up on the sound of a familiar alarm ringing throughout the base, as well as flashing green lights. Bulkhead seemed to notice too as he then tried to get Miko to stop. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Miko soon stopped and gave the bot a disappointed look. Come on, you can't handle raw power. Proximity sensor. Quick, hide. The bot told them. They moved to hide behind Bulkhead's left leg as the door to the elevator to the roof opened, revealing Agent Fowler. Prime. The agent yelled as he looked around for the large red and blue Autobot leader. Agent Fowler, Bulkhead greeted the man. He's not here. Nobody's here, except me of course. He said with a nervous chuckle. Well, where did he go? Fowler questioned. Wait, don't tell me, he's out pancaking a mini mall. Raph tried to get a better look at the agent but Jack soon pulled him back. The three humans tried to stay hidden, but the cord wasn't long enough on Miko's guitar, causing her to be pulled as they tried to stay out of behind Bulkhead's leg. Now, I don't know what language you bots speak on your planet. But Prime promised he would handle the Decepticons, and blowing a crater in the middle of Nebraska in not what the word, handle, means in English. So you tell Prime. The agent trailed off when he heard the sound feedback and saw a cord connecting to Bulkhead's leg. Since when are you bots electric? Seeing as they couldn't hide anymore, the three kids came out from behind Bulkhead's leg and greeted the agent. Hey, how you doing? Jack said, trying to imitate that one character's famous pickup line from one of his mom's favorite sitcoms. Contact with Civilians. Fowler yelled in shock and disappointment. Teen Prime has really gone off book this time. Wait, don't tell me. You're running a daycare center. Seriously, why does everybody think we need babysitters? I'm 16 for crying out loud. Jack muttered to himself before speaking up. Yeah, we're interns, he said with gusto. Student interns. Raph picked up on the lie. Yeah, earning extra credit in Otto's shop. Robotics. Miko interrupted him. There was silence for a short moment in the room. Seriously, what were we trying to accomplish with that lie? Jack thought. Okay, let's move, Fowler said as he walked down the stairs. I'm taking all three of you into federal custody. It's for your own protection. Bulkhead's foot then stomped in front of the kids, stopping Fowler in his tracks. We're protecting them, he said with finality. Is that so? Fowler challenged as he walked over to a payphone off to the side. Well, maybe you could explain that to my superiors at the Pentagon. Jack paled. If the government got a hold of him and learned what he could do, they'd put him on a dissection table to try and figure out his powers. Don't use that phone, it's. Bulkhead stretched forth his finger and crushed the phone booth before Fowler could make the call. Out of order. This isn't over, big butt. Not by a long shot. And with that, Fowler made his way up the stairs and entered the elevator. Oh man, this is bad. Jack began panicking as he held his head. Why? Miko asked, not seeing what was so wrong. If the government gets a hold of us, then they'll figure out about me. He yelled, jabbing a thumb to himself. And then they'll put me on a dissection table and tear me apart till they learn everything about my powers. I've seen the movies. Both Raph and Miko looked at Jack with bewildered expressions. The spider was overreacting. Not long after Fowler left, another alarm rang throughout the base. My ears, Raph complained. Bulkhead moved up to the console to see what the alert was. It's an SOS. From Fowler. Bulkhead stuttered as tried to work the console, but he didn't know how. Ratchet did his best to keep him away from the console. The alarm soon went silent as the SOS signal was then lost. Did you trace it? Raph asked. Location scan was incomplete. Oh, well. The Autobot shrugged and walked away without a care in the world. Oh, well, seriously? Jack asked in disbelief. Bulkhead was just gonna leave it at that. Fowler's a jerk, Bulkhead argued. And besides, this way he won't be telling the Pentagon about you. Saves you that dissection table. Whoa, whether you like the guy or not, the Decepticons may have him. And believe me, I don't want to be dissected, but I'm not just gonna let the guy die because I don't like him. Jack stated. That wouldn't be what his mom would do. As a nurse, she had to deal with patients she didn't like all the time, but that didn't stop her from helping. It's one of the many principles she taught Jack. And Agent Fowler knows your location. Raph then gulped when he realized what that truly meant. Our location. And did we not just witness how fast Fowler backs down from a bot? Miko asked. The cons will totally make him squeal. But we lost the transmission. Fowler could be anywhere, Bulkhead said. Maybe I could narrow it down, Raph said as he kneeled down and pulled out his laptop. About 5 years ago, the government started microchipping their agents, like owners do with pets. The others all gave him confused looks. How did he know that? Raph noticed their stares. What? I saw it on TV. He revealed as he went back to work. Anyway, if I can hack into the Fed's mainframe, maybe I could pinpoint Fowler's coordinates. You know how to hack? Miko asked in disbelief. But you're like 2 years old. Jack looked at her with a raised eyebrow. Raph didn't look that young. 12 and a quarter. It didn't take long before Raph managed to have a rough estimate of Fowler's coordinates. After putting in the coordinates, Bulkhead left the three in the base, putting Jack in charge. However, as soon as he left, there was an immediate problem. Miko was gone. After frantically looking for her throughout the known base, Jack swinging through the corridors with his web shooters helped, they concluded that she must have gone with Bulkhead. They were kind of impressed that she somehow managed to sneak away from them and follow the giant bot. What should we do? Raph asked as he and Jack stood on the platform designed for humans next to the ground bridge controls. Bulkhead may not even realize that she followed him. Miko hasn't seen the cons in action like we have, Jack said, recalling the fear he felt when he first faced the Decepticons. While he did end up killing one, that was mostly due to luck and having the element of surprise. He wasn't really looking to any more interactions with the cons if he could help it. She has no idea. Raph was typing away on the console, which showed the coordinates Bulkhead and Miko were bridged to. Those are the coordinates. Their destination's still locked in, he said as he looked at Jack, his expression silently asking, "What do we do?" Jack took a second to think about it. The responsible thing to do would be to contact RC and Bumblebee, or even Optimus and Ratchet, inform them of the situation, and let them handle it. But that could take too long, and by then Miko could be captured, or worse. Or, Jack himself could go rescue Miko and bring her back. He had powers and could easily just grab her and take her with him. However, a part of himself argued against that idea, telling him he shouldn't get any more involved. When he thought that, his mother's words came back to him, but this time, he looked back on them with the advice Optimus had given him, to look at it with a different meaning in mind. With great power, comes great responsibility. As he thought about the phrase over and over again in his head, he kept trying to think of what other ways this phrase could be interpreted as. As he kept thinking, one idea stuck to him like his webs on the side of a building. He had power. Power no human on Earth had. The power to change lives, maybe even history itself. Then shouldn't it be his duty, his moral obligation, his responsibility, to use that power for the good of others, instead of doing nothing with it? The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. So much so that he couldn't help but sigh in resignation as he came to a decision. You're in charge," he told Raph as he turned and made his way to the ground bridge. "In charge of who?" he heard Raph ask as the boy moved to activate the ground bridge. Jack had already made it down to the runway by the time Raph managed to catch up with him. The two looked at each other for a moment before nodding and entering the portal, determined to bring their crazy adrenaline junkie friend back from the group of alien robot Nazis. What could possibly go wrong? Chapter 4, Part 4. Miko Nakadai was always a thrill-seeker. She jumped at the chance to experience the next big adventure. So when she got the chance to transfer to Jasper, Nevada, the so-called entertainment capital of the world, she jumped at the opportunity. Only to be met with disappointment when she quickly learned the brochure lied. She was so upset that she was determined to leave as soon as the semester at school was done. But then, the last couple of days happened. She met giant transforming robots. Got one to be her protector. And even met a real-life superhero. It was a dream come true. If only that last one didn't sour the dream. Miko had nothing against Jack Darby. He was a good kid, a little awkward and nerdy, but he had a fairly handsome face for a foreigner and an impressive body. Those abs. You could grate cheese on them. But the guy was a serious wet blanket. I mean, he found out about alien robots, and he just wants to be as far away from them as possible. The guy even didn't want to use his powers. Man, what Miko wouldn't give to do half the stuff he could do. Oh well, he may try to deny it, but she saw it in his eyes. There was something inside him. Something that was just festering beneath the surface, waiting to burst into something spectacular. And she wanted to see what he could become. Which was part of the reason why she was here now, not that she would ever admit it. Here, with Bulkhead, with the Decepticon warship right in front of them, having nearly died more times in the last 5 minutes than she had before in her entire life. Sure, she mainly wanted to get an adrenaline rush from the experience, but she knew all Jack needed was a little push to get that spark going so that it can catch fire. And nothing spurned a hero into action like a damsel in distress. Keep in mind, the damsel in this situation is Fowler, not her. No way would she ever refer to herself with such a pathetic trope. However, it was taking too long for him, or even the other bots Bulkhead radioed for. At this rate Fowler will squeal long before the other bots get here. As she thought that, the sound of a ground bridge portal opening caught her attention. At first, she, like Bulkhead, thought it would be RC and Bumblebee. But, to her delightful surprise, it was Jack. And Raph. She blinked. Why would Raph come along? Sure, the kid could hack, given how he managed to find Fowler, but compared to Jack who had superpowers, she couldn't just seem to see how he could help. A thought then came to her. Did they come to get her? As that thought circulated in her mind, Miko couldn't help but felt incredibly touched by such an action. She never thought that a couple of boys she'd met only yesterday would risk so much for her, especially after she forcibly roped them into a band. Man, these boys were something else. She hid her joy underneath a disappointed scowl as she said, why can't those two hang with their own bots? This is our one-on-one time. She smirked as she heard Bulkhead groan at her comment. Guess he didn't know her well enough when she put on a facade. Good, she didn't want to have her true feelings shown just yet. She stared intently at the two boys, more so at Jack. She was surprised her ploy worked. Guess he wasn't as much of a stick in the mud as she thought. She looked at him in anticipation, dying to see what he could come up with next. That anticipation soon turned to fear as she saw Decepticons on the warship turn their weapons on the two boys. She paled. Scrap, she and Bulkhead said at the same time. Maybe this wasn't such a good idea after all. As the two boys exited the portal, Jack landed without much issue while Raph looked to be a little wobbly. That was a strange experience. Whoa, Raph said as he felt all over his body, the weird sensation from teleportation still lingering with him after transport. He looked over to Jack, who didn't seem to be having any problems, which prompted him to ask, are your bones vibrating? Not really, Jack said with a shrug. He did feel a little weird upon entering the portal, but his boys soon adjusted to it. Must have been his powers, probably the ones having to do with his equilibrium. Another nice perk of his powers. Both boys stopped dead at the sight of the Decepticon warship. Hey, Raph. Yeah, did Ratchet ever say anything about experiencing hallucinations upon exiting the ground bridge? I don't think so. Just to be clear, you're seeing the same thing, I am right. That being a giant alien warship with a bunch of robot Nazis aiming their blasters down on us. Yes, I can. Oh good, then I'm not crazy. Who am I kidding? Of course, I'm crazy. Jack screamed in his mind. What was he thinking? Coming here without a plan, without backup, or even calling RC and Bumblebee. Why had he let Raph go with him anyway? That was beyond irresponsible. He just got caught up in the moment of it all and the fantasy of being a hero, that he didn't really stop to think about what he was doing. This is exactly what his mom warned him about. The hailstorm of blaster fire soon pulled Jack from his thoughts. The spider teen dodged and weaved his way around the death beams, relying on his spider sense and reflexes to survive. A yelp pulled him out of his concentration and he turned to see a blast sent Raph flying. In a split second, Jack moved to cover him with his body, hoping to tank and blaster shots. He wasn't sure he could survive any direct hits, but he wasn't about to let Raph pay for his mistakes. Thankfully, neither of them had to pay, because the next thing they knew, Bulkhead in his vehicle mode pulled up in front of them and opened the door. Get in, now. Not needing to be told twice, the two boys jumped inside as Bulkhead took off, dodging his way around the blaster fire raining down on them. Thanks, Bulkhead, Jack said as he moved to buckle his seatbelt. They save lives. Buckle up every time, his mother always said. Yeah, thanks, Raph said, having already buckled up. What are you doing here? Bulkhead asked frantically. We were worried about Miko. Have you seen her? Jack asked. He didn't see her when they entered the car, so he was even more worried than before. If she wasn't with Bulkhead. What's she look like? Both boys jumped at the familiar voice as they turned around to see Miko in the backseat, without her seatbelt on mind you, looking far too pleased with herself. Jack was about to tell her to buckle up when Bulkhead pulled to a stop behind a large boulder to shield them from the blaster fire. Everyone out, he ordered as he opened his doors. The humans moved to follow his commands with Jack being the first one out, with Raph following. And this time, please wait here. Bulkhead soon took off out from the boulder and drove across the desert ground. He then climbed his way up the canyon wall and made it onto the ship. He then took out a squad of Decepticons before looking back down at the boys. It was at that moment that all three of them realized something. Where's Miko? Jack asked, looking around for the crazy girl they came to save. He then looked back up at Bulkhead, and with his enhanced eyesight, saw that Miko emerged from a compartment in the Autobot's chest, looking a little green. Jack cringed in disgust. She must have vomited. That's not pretty. Hopefully, the Autobots have a way to clean the inside of them. That or they could go to a car wash if the workers were scared that there was no one driving the car. Eventually, both Bulkhead and Miko disappeared into the ship, prompting Raph to ask, think they forgot about us? Jack was about to say something, but his spider sense went off, Turning around, he gasped when he saw two Decepticons looming over the boys. Getting in front of Raph to protect him, Jack readied himself for a fight. It wasn't looking very good. To start, Jack still wasn't used to fighting with his powers. The environment was also bad too. Unlike the drain canal where he could run and bounce off nearby walls to surprise the Decepticon, he was in a wide open area with walls too far away for him to reach. That, and he was facing two instead of just one. But still, he wasn't about to let that stop him. Not when Raph needed to be protected. So taking a deep breath, he calmed himself and got ready for a fight. When lead Decepticon moved to grab them, Jack pushed Raph out of reach and jumped on the con's arm. Running up the metallic limb, he jumped again and delivered a drop kick that sent the con staggering back. Landing on the ground, he turned to see the other one aiming its blaster at him. He moved before it opened fire. His speed and reflexes allowed him to stay one step ahead of the bolts before sliding between the con's legs, and taking aim at its back. Whip. Firing off two strands of webbing, Jack pulled with all his might, and the Decepticon came tumbling down. Jumping onto the chest, Jack charged up his right fist with a venom blast, ready to finish off the con, when a surprised yelp stopped him. Turning, he saw Raph was in the clutches of the other Decepticon, a blaster pointed at the boy's terrified face. Surrender, human, or the smaller one gets it. The con threatened, and Jack could tell it was no bluff. So, with a defeated sigh, he stepped off the Decepticon and raised his hands in surrender. Soon after, the boys were literally held in the clutches of one of the Decepticons, walking in the hallway of the warship. Jack could probably bust them out, but he didn't want to endanger them more than they already were. Bring them to the brig. The Decepticon not holding them ordered. Commander Starscream is keeping the other human there. That caused Jack and Raph to look at each other knowingly. They must mean Agent Fowler. Looks like they found the agent. Now how to rescue both him and themselves. Turns out they didn't need to worry about the latter, as the sound of engines running came from down a four-way junction. Turning, the two boys smiled at the familiar yellow and black muscle car that swept the cons, feet right under them, causing the con holding them to throw them up in the air. Jack was about to move to catch the both of them, when RC drove up, transformed, and caught them both. Jack yelped in surprise as she set them down and had a relieved smile on her face. Bumblebee. Raph yelled in relief as the yellow bot looked down at his partner in relief if the buzzing was anything to go by. Appreciate you clearing the front door for us, Jack's own partner said in gratitude before becoming stern in a way that reminded Jack of his mom, but storming the Decepticon warship was not on the activities list. What can I say? We finished everything else on the list, so we needed something new and exciting. Jack's attempt at a joke to lighten the mood managed to work. The four took off down the halls, searching for Bulkhead and Miko. They came to a junction where Akri stopped behind a corner, drawing her blaster. She emerged from the corner and aimed her rifle only to shout, "Friendly." "Hello," the voice of Bulkhead said in greeting as both bots put away their weapons. "Brought the humans, huh?" RC asked Bulkhead in disappointment. "You try getting them to stay behind," Bulkhead whined. Jack frowned slightly. The way the Autobots were talking made it seem like they were complaining about looking after wild babies. "We need to find Fowler and get these kids out of here," Akri stated. At that point, Jack and Raph decided to speak up. "He's in the brig." After fighting their way through the warship for some time, the Autobots and humans finally made it to what seemed like a command room. They made swift work of clearing it out of Decepticons before saying the kids could come inside. "Wait in here," RC told them, shocking the three. Bumblebee buzzed what sounded like protest, but RC put his worries to bed as she explained. "They're slowing us down, and they're easy targets." While Jack was slightly offended, he couldn't exactly argue with her. Not much they can do, besides him. "They'll be alright in here, as long as they stay put." There was no argument from Jack. After that last firefight, he wasn't keen on seeing any more action for the rest of the day, if not his life. His senses went into overdrive in that last shootout, trying to keep himself, Miko, and Raph from getting crushed by any falling Viacon or Autobot. He was pretty sure he'd never fired more webs before in a single moment since getting his powers, yanking himself and the others out of harm's way. The three Autobots soon left the room, having the door shut behind them, leaving the humans inside. That was intense. Miko said with a big smile on her face. Was? Raph asked, still feeling his heartbeat over a mile a minute. It's your fault that we're stuck in this intensity, Jack said as he pointed an accusatory finger at the girl. What were you thinking, Miko? Did I ask you to follow me? She shot back. Though deep down, she hoped he would, not that she would admit it. You wanted us to be a band. Doesn't that mean involving us to play together? And besides, aren't you the one always saying I'm a superhero? Well, looks like mama's boy over here decided to put on the big boy pants. Don't bring my mom into this. And to think I was actually worried about you. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you dressed in red and blue and is your name, Optimus? You can leave my protection to Bulkhead, thank you very much. Ah, stop it. Both of you, Raph cried, stopping the argument between the two older teens. Seriously, the way they were arguing, it was almost like an old married couple. He did what most kids did when their parents fought and ran away to hide. Raph moved to a nearby ledge, which was actually a large set of stairs for Cybertronians, and kneeled down, burying his nearly crying face in his hands. Seeing as they had clearly upset the youngest human, both Jack and Miko shot each other an apologetic look and moved to stand beside him. Oh, hey, Raph, it's okay, Jack said as they all took a seat, him placing a comforting hand on the boy's back. Yeah, we're gonna be fine, Miko said, adding her 2 cents, and rubbing his back. Our bots will come back for us, Jack assured the boy, trying to sound confident. Yeah, they're gonna take us home. Miko agreed. How do you know? Raph asked doubtfully. Seeing as nothing they seemed to say helped, both Jack and Miko struggled to come up with something to make the boy feel better. Then, Jack saw something that pricked the scientist within him, and he knew it would for Raph too. Hey, Raph, he got the young boy's attention, gesturing to the wall. What do you make of that? Raph looked where Jack was gesturing and saw a large screen with symbols and alien language on it. The boy stood up and walked down the giant staircase, closer to the screen, staring intently at the symbols and language. To a normal person, this may seem like a bunch of random gibberish. But to Raph, it's important, he said with certainty. Real important. We got to get this to Optimus. How do you know it isn't just a recipe for space nachos? Miko asks skeptically. Yeah, and if it is, which part contains the guacamole? Miko and Raph cast a sideways glance at Jack for his joke. He rubbed the back of his head. I make jokes in tense situations. We already established this. Ignoring him, Raph explained. I know math when I see it, and that, he gestured to the screen, is one serious equation. Can you, Jack struggled to come up with the right phrase, download it? Raph took a moment to think before setting his backpack down and reaching inside. I got a flash drive, he said as he pulled out said object, before looking all around the room. But I don't see anywhere to plug it in. This tech is way alien. Yeah, because it was made by aliens. Jack pointed out before his spider sense went off. Turning around, he gasped when he saw a lone Viacon enter the room. It took no of the metal corpse of its fellow soldiers. Acting fast, Jack took Raph by the hand, being careful not to rip his arm off with his super strength, and ran to hide in a corner with Miko right behind them. He let go of Raph, but that proved to be a mistake as the boy soon made a U-turn to grab his backpack that he left behind. At that moment, the Viacon turned in his direction and aimed his blaster at the startled boy, causing him to yelp in fear. The Viacon walked toward Raph, charging up its blaster. Acting fast, Jack aimed his arm and motioned his hands to fire a web. Click, click, only nothing came out. He and Miko panicked as he quickly checked his web fluid supply. His heart froze when he saw it was empty in both shooters. He must have used it all trying to keep the 3 of them from getting crushed and didn't realize it. And he didn't have any more on hand. How could be so stupid as to not realize? Or even pack extra? Pow, pow. He looked back up to see Raph running from the Khan's blaster fire. Without thinking, Jack moved to save him, but in the back of his mind, he knew that even at his speed, he wouldn't make it. But he couldn't let Raph die. This desire to save his friend spurred something inside of the spider. Something powerful. It felt like when he used his venom blasts, but different. Jack didn't know how he was doing it, but he instinctively moved the energon in his bloodstream from his arms down to his legs. Just when Raph was about to be hit, Jack exploded into a burst of speed, a trail of blue electricity leaving followed him as he dashed towards his friend. He made it just in time as he tackled his friend out of a blast into the other side of the room next to an offline Decepticon. Both the Khan and Miko looked at him in awe, the former more for the power that the human had, and the latter at the heroic instinct Jack had in him. He may not believe it, but Miko knew that Jack Darby was a hero. Recovering from the use of his new power, and in slight awe of it, Jack managed to get him and Raph to hide behind the Khan. Knowing that they wouldn't have the opportunity to download anything, he came up with the next best alternative. "Miko," he called to the girl. "Take a picture." "Great idea," Miko said as she pulled out her phone and ran up to the live Decepticon who aimed its weapon at the boys. "Hey, you," she called, getting its attention as she took a quick snap with her phone, confusing the Khan. "Not of him," Jack criticized as he pointed at Khan before pointing at the screen they were looking at earlier. "Of that." "Oh," Miko uttered in realization as she quickly snapped a picture of the screen with the Cybertronian equation. Taking this as their cue to leave, Jack managed to use his strength to tear off the limb from the downed Decepticon and throw it towards the live one, knocking it down. The three then exited the room with the Viacon on their trail. "Go, go, go," Jack called as they ran down the hall. "We are, but not everyone has speed like you do, Spider Boy," Miko said as they ran. Honk, honk. The sound of a car horn blaring in headlights ahead caused the three kids to stop as Bulkhead drove at them at full speed before transforming and laying the smackdown on the Viacon. RC and Bumblebee soon pulled up, the latter opening its car doors for Raph and Miko. "I told you to stay put," RC yelled. "Yeah well, circumstances forced our hand," Jack argued as he got hopped on and they took off down the halls of the ship. "What about Fowler?" His enhanced hearing then managed to pick up a familiar yet drowsy voice from the backseat of Bumblebee. "I like pie. Can we stop for pie?" "Never mind," Jack said as they continued their escape. However, as they did, Jack couldn't help but look down in thought. This wasn't what he signed up for. In fact, he wasn't even sure he signed up for anything. All he did was accept the bodyguard since he didn't want cons showing up at his doorstep one day looking for him and his mom. But if this is what an average day looks like, then he didn't want any part of this. Sometime after they returned to the base, Optimus and Ratchet returned, the latter appearing injured. Optimus had managed to put his arm into a robotic cast. They had spent the time telling them about Fowler's rescue, who is currently resting on a gurney. "What happened to you guys, anyway?" Miko asked, concerned as she saw Ratchet's injury. "We engaged an army of undead Cybertronian warriors," Ratchet answered. Jack's brain shut down for a moment. Did Ratchet seriously just say, nonplussed he might add, that he and Optimus fought an army of zombies? Miko said aloud. "You fought zombies and I missed it. That's what she's upset about." Jack thought as his brain was still trying to process the information. Alien robots were one thing, but alien robot zombies? Seriously, what is up with this franchise? Bulkhead, Optimus spoke up, sounding disappointed. "You exercised extremely poor judgment in allowing the humans to accompany you." Bulkhead looked down in shame. It won't happen again, Optimus. I promise," he said, shame filling his voice. Jack looked at the bot with pity. It really wasn't his fault, it was his. He was the oldest, and strongest human, so it was his responsibility to look after all of them. And he failed in that regard. He was about to speak up when someone else beat him to it. "But it wasn't Bulkhead's fault," Miko said, speaking up in her partner's defense. "Miko, please," Bulkhead begged, "and check it out." Miko then pulled out her phone and flashed Optimus a picture of those schematics Jack told her to take a picture of. "Recon." Optimus kneeled down to get a closer look. Sadly he wasn't an engineer or scientist of any kind, so he couldn't decipher what it meant. He turned to his medical officer. "Ratchet, have a look. It could be of importance to Megatron." "Whoa, Megatron's back?" Jack asked, his tone full of fear and worry, recalling all the terrible things the bots have told them about the leader of the Decepticons. "That's really bad news, right?" Ratchet kneeled down to get a closer look at Miko's phone. "I don't understand," he said, not seeing the importance. That's when Miko brought her phone around and saw it was a picture of the con that she took before the plans. Must have accidentally switched between photos. Oops, Miko said. That's the con who tried to blow Raph away. At least, that's what he looked like before Bulkhead rearranged his grill. Pow! Everyone jumped at the loud noise of metal bending in on itself. They all turned to the source to see Jack with his fist against a very dented metal wall, his hand not injured in the slightest. His hair was covering his eyes, making it impossible to see his expression. Miko, he said in a cold voice, something that sent a chill down the girl's spine and all the others. They'd never seen him like this. Raph was almost killed. This isn't a game. When are you gonna get that through your thick skull? When someone dies. Or when you die. Miko backed away slightly in fear. She knew he had super strength, but seeing him use it while he was angry, something about that seemed scarier than what they went through today. Eventually, she managed to find her voice again, trying to come off as confident. We were all almost killed, Jack, you, me, Raph, even them. She said, pointing to the Autobots. Jack seemed to calm down as he let that fact set in, seemingly coming to a decision. Well, if this is some average day for the Autobots, then I don't want to be a part of it, not anymore. Jack, Optimus spoke up, putting you in harm's way was never our intent. However, it is no longer the safety of you three that is at risk, but the safety of all humankind. We will respect your decision if you wish to leave. As soon as he finished, the ground bridge opened. No point in long goodbyes. Here's the door, Ratchet said quickly. Jack rolled his eyes. Man, he really didn't like having them around. He turned to his friend, the one he was sure would come with him. Come on, Raph. The boy looked towards Jack, then to his partner Bumblebee, who was looking down in sadness. He then turned back to Jack and said, I'll be okay, Jack. See you at school. Jack was disappointed Raph wouldn't join in, but it's not like he can force the kid to do what he wants, so he accepted. Sure thing. He then turned and made his way to the portal, walking down the staircase. He stopped when he caught sight of RC looking down at him with her arms crossed, an unreadable expression on her face. I know, you don't exist. He said before he continued walking. Don't make me hunt you down. She said as he walked past her, sighing. He didn't stop or look back as he walked into the portal. This wasn't his fight. He wanted no part in this. All he wanted was to live his normal life. Hours later, night had fallen, and Jack was currently sitting at the workbench in his garage at home. The door was open so he could let the fall breeze cool down the garage. His mom had a late night shift so she wouldn't be home till later. Currently, the spider was working on making his web fluid. After what nearly happened today, he decided to stock up and make as many batches as possible. Raph almost died because he ran out of webs. If he didn't somehow manage to unlock that new power, he didn't want to think about it. As he continued working, a pair of headlights shined down on him. At first, he thought it was his mom and moved to hide his stuff, only to sigh in both relief and exhaustion when he saw it was Bulkhead in his vehicle form. He really didn't want to talk to Miko. It wasn't because he was still mad at her, if anything, he felt guilty for how he acted. He hadn't meant to scare her like that with his super strength. Sure, she annoyed him with her thrill-seeker personality, but that was no excuse. The headlights shut off as the girl hopped out of the car and closed the door behind her. Now I understand why you had to rush home, she said jokingly. Don't you have something more exciting to do, Miko? He asked, not looking up at her as he continued working. So, this is where you hang, huh? She asked, looking around the garage and fiddling with some of the stuff, thankfully not touching anything related to his web fluid. Back home in Tokyo, I have loving parents and 2 purebred cats, Chi-Chi and Ding Dong. I went to the best school, took piano lessons since I was 3. How nice for you, Jack said as he continued working. No, how boring. Her statement caused Jack to stop what he was doing and look at her in surprise. It wasn't me. Why do you think I jumped at the chance to transfer here? Jack scoffed. He knew that one. To Jasper, Nevada, the entertainment capital of the world. Yeah, well, the brochure lied. Miko chuckled as she walked up to him. Piano lessons were starting to look pretty good, in fact. But then, the last couple of days happened. Do you have a point? Jack asked. You bet, she said with a spark in her eyes. I saw what you did today, when you saved Raph when you came to save me. When you got off your high horse and acted like a hero. Again with the hero nonsense. Jack thought in agitation. I've been raised to be responsible, he said aloud as he picked up a beaker full of web fluid and poured it into his cartridges. To my school work, to my mom, my job. Dude, hear me out, Miko said as she stood behind him. You're no fry cook. You're a superhero. She did a pose. Stop trying to pretend you're normal, Jack. You'll never fit in. You were born to do so much more. There was a time when Jack yearned to hear those words from someone other than his mother, and at the time, it may have worked. But now, thanks, Miko, but I think, normal, suits me fine. He said with finality. Miko seemed ready to give up, but then she asked, if normal does suit you, then why are you building those? She gestured to his web shooters. Jack stopped working, the question had caught him off guard. Those web shooters you have, definitely seem like something a superhero would have for gadgets. And you were working on them long before we met the bots. Miko pointed out. If you're so dead set on not being a superhero, why are you spending so much time and money on something that screams superhero? Jack didn't have an answer for her. Seeing that she caught him off guard, Miko smiled. Just think about it. Alright. She was about to leave but stopped. Ooh, one more thing. Jack sighed. What else did she have to say? Turns out, she didn't have anything more to say, rather, something she did. Walking up to him, she leaned her head down and pressed her lips against his cheek. The whole world stopped moving for the human spider. Was this really happening? Was a girl giving him a kiss for the first time in his life? Miko soon pulled back. Jack looked at her with shock, bewilderment, and embarrassment riddled across his face, along with a massive blush and a mouth so wide open, a colony of bees could fit inside. Miko's cheeks were also red as she brushed her pink highlights back. A little thank you for the hero who came to save me, she said as she turned and walked to Bulkhead, Jack never looking away from her. The door opened and she was about to enter before she called out, "See you around, Spider-Man." And with that, she entered the alien SUV and drove off into the night. Jack just continued to look at the place where they were in shock, her last comment barely registering in his mind. Subconsciously, he brought a hand to his cheek and trailed his fingers around the spot where her lips touched. What just happened? He thought. Boom. Unfortunately, at that moment, one of his cartridges exploded, covering his whole face in webbing, some even got into his wide-open mouth. He spit out the substance and moved to tear it off. He looked down and frowned. Great, and that was the last of the chemicals I need to make the fluid. He sighed as he ran a hand down his face. Looks like I need to go to the store. Okay, looks like I got everything I need, though it took a bit more out of my savings than I would like, Jack muttered as he walked out of the store and over to his bike. As he began to ride home, he couldn't help but think about what Miko said regarding his web shooters. If he had no desire to be a hero, then why was he spending so much time and money on building these things? Time and money he could devote to buy his dream motorcycle, one that wasn't a transforming robot. He could argue that he was building them as a way to help people in construction, or even the police with capturing criminals, or even his children's toys. But none of them felt like the truth. But what was the truth? He just remembered waking up several days after getting his powers and wanting to build these shooters. That was it, the prompting just came to him out of nowhere. What was he doing? Where was he going with his life? As he pondered these questions, he looked at the bag that held the items he needed to make more web fluid. Should he just throw this stuff away and give up on the webs? At least that way he could leave this hero stuff behind. His spider sense went off. He turned to the direction he felt it was pointing him towards, and saw smoke rising in the air. He thought about leaving it to the fire department, telling himself that he was already breaking curfew. It's not my problem, he muttered to himself. As soon as he said those words, a pang of guilt hit him square in the gut. Why did that bother him so much? What was it about that phrase that made him feel so much guilt? He tried to ignore it, but the guilt was gnawing at him, begging him to move. As he thought about this, the words of his mother returned, but this time, he looked at them from a different point of view. With great power, comes great responsibility. Scrap it, he yelled as he took off in the direction of the smoke, not noticing a red and blue semi-truck following him. What started as a small kitchen fire had soon grown to consume the entire apartment complex. Thankfully most of the residents had been out since it was a Saturday night. A large crowd had begun to gather outside the burning building. Holy crap! Is anyone still in there? Someone call the fire department. What are you doing? I have to get my daughter. One man shouted as he was held back by two bystanders, a hysterical look on his face as his clothes were covered in burns and ash. Are you crazy? One of his captors yelled. Please stop. We have to wait for the fire department. The other said. I have to go save her. The father cried, tears streaming down his face. Please, somebody. He raised his head and cried to the heavens. Save her. Look, up there. All at once, the crowd looked up and saw a figure leaping from the building across the street from the burning one, crashing into the second-floor window. Did someone just jump in there? From the building across the street? How is that possible? The father didn't know or care. Someone had just answered his pleas and jumped into that fire to save his daughter. Please, save my daughter. The heat. That was the first thing Jack felt when he entered the burning building. It was unbearable. And Jasper was in the middle of a desert, so the summers could get hot, but this was insane. His first instinct was to jump out as soon as he jumped in, but he reminded himself why he was here. As soon as he saw how bad it was, he was going to turn around, thinking there was nothing he could do to help. But when he heard that father cry for someone to save his daughter, he acted before he had the chance to think, climbing up the wall of the building across the street and jumping into the inferno. Though he wished he had a plan before charging in. Hello. He called out over the roaring flames. There was no response. Hello. His senses then picked up on the sound of a child crying. He moved in the direction of the sound, coming across a locked door. I coming, he shouted as he raised his foot. Crash. The door caved under his strength as he entered the room, looking around. His spider sense flared and he looked up. The ceiling floor above him came crashing down, but he rolled out of the way just in time. He then heard crying coming from the closet. Opening it up, he saw the young girl, tears streaming down her face. Hey, it's okay. It's okay. I'm gonna get you out of here. He reached for her, but she backed away in fear. Realizing why, he mentally slapped himself when he recalled he grabbed a piece of clothing from a trash can and wrapped it around his face so that people wouldn't recognize him. He took off the clothing, showing the girl his face. See, I'm a normal guy. Kinda. That seemed to do the trick as the girl calmed down enough for him to grab her and get out of the room, after putting the cloth around his face again. And just in time cause the ceiling came crashing down the second they were out. Jack moved to go down the stairs but stopped as he saw it was covered in fire. He then tried to make his way to the window where he made his entrance, but the two was blocked off by the wall of flames. That left only one option. The high ground, he thought as he made his way upstairs with the girl in his arms. They made it to the third floor when he heard something. Help, my glasses are all fogged up. There was someone else in the building. Following the source he kicked down another door and came into a room separated by a wall of fire. On the other side was an elderly man kneeling down on the ground. Jack grimaced. He may be able to jump through those flames, but not without some serious burns. Plus, the girl in his arms wouldn't survive. He needed a way to put out those fires. He looked around before looking. Conveniently above the wall of fire was a water pipe. Checking his shooters, he saw that he had a little bit of web fluid from the amount he made before Miko showed up and made him accidentally blow himself up. Thwip. The web line attached to the pipe and he pulled. A shower of water doused the wall of fire. It wouldn't be enough to cleanse the room, but for this, it was all Jack needed. Are you okay? He asked the elderly man as he used his free hand to lift him over his shoulder. Yeah, the old man, with white hair and a bushy mustache replied, coughing due to the smoke. Jack smiled as he was about to leave when his spider sense went off like crazy. Turning to the source, his eyes widened when he saw the flames touching a gas canister. Oh scrap. Boom. Everyone screamed as the explosion went off on the third floor of the apartment building. The father felt his heart freeze as he stared at the building in distraught. He fell to his knees in despair as any will to live was snuffed out in an instant. Look there. A bystander shouted. The father looked and his eyes widened with hope as a figure emerged from the smoke cloud on the third floor, landing in the middle of the street with no injury. His clothes were torn and covered in ash, his face mostly covered with some loose rags, and there were burn marks on his body. But more importantly, in his arms were a young girl and an old man, both alive, if slightly less for wear. It's okay. You're both safe now, the Savior said as he carefully set them both down. Oof. Thanks, true believer, the old man said, who Jack recognized as his school's janitor, Stan, with a big smile on his face. He then felt something collide with him and wrap arms around him. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much, the little girl said with a big smile on her face. Jack took a moment to study her smile. He felt a warm bubbly feeling in his chest as he looked at her and Stan. He saved them. He used his powers, and he was able to save them. And he liked it. He then looked out to the crowd and all of their eyes were on him, some even had their phones out to take pictures. All of them had looks of awe and amazement as they looked at him. Who is he? I don't know. Holy crap, that was awesome. Did you see that jump? How is he still alive? Maybe he's a mutant. Or an alien. As the crowd continued to wonder who this mysterious savior was, one man, in particular, came running toward the three. Sweetie. Daddy. The girl cried as she let go of Jack and ran to her father. The man scooped her up and clung to her as if his life depended on it. Thank God, he cried as he held her in his arms. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As he watched father and daughter embrace, Jack couldn't stop the smile from forming on his face behind the mask. The warm feeling intensified. Thank you, the father said to him directly, catching Jack off guard. He wasn't used to people expressing such great thanks to him, not that it ever happened before. Why you don't have to thank me. Jack tried to play it off. I do, the man yelled with enthusiasm, causing Jack to step back. The father then gave him a look of wonder as he asked, who are you? Before Jack could answer, his daughter spoke up, it's obvious Daddy. He's a superhero, she shouted with a bright smile. Jack was about to correct her, feeling as if he was dealing with Miko, but stopped as he saw her face. She was just radiating so much joy and relief, which was the complete opposite of when he first saw her, scared and alone. Who was he to rob a young girl of her fantasy? Yeah, I am, he said, knowing that if Miko heard him, he would never hear the end of it. The girl's eyes widened further with sparkles in them. What's your superhero name? Jack froze. He didn't think playing along with her would go this far. What does he do? Give her his real name. But who has Jack in their superhero name? Somewhere in the multiverse, a number of individuals sneezed. What about Web Face? He has no webs on his face. Daddy Long Legs. He's not a dad. Tarantula. Too scary. Scarlet Spider. He's not wearing red. Human Spider. That sounds like a wrestler. Then one name caught his attention, something he saw used as an insult, or maybe a pet name. But as he thought about it more, it did sound kinda catchy. So, with a smile, not that she could see, he told the girl he saved, and all those who were listening, his superhero name. I'm Spider-Man. Chapter 5, Part 5. After being profusely thanked by both the father and mother and Stan, Jack managed to slip away before the police and firefighters arrived. Discarding his disguise, as well as his burnt clothes, taking something he found in the dumpster, Jack made his way back to where he left his bike in an alley. Thankfully it was still there, along with his other stuff. He checked his phone and grimaced at the time. It was almost 10 p.m. If he didn't get home soon, his mom was gonna kill him. Even worse if she saw he was wearing dumpster clothes and had burn marks on his body. He couldn't make it on his bike, and he didn't want to draw any more attention to himself by jumping on rooftops or swinging across the town. Just as he was contemplating what to do, he heard a car truck honk. Honk, honk. He turned around to see a large red and blue semi-truck drive up to him. A truck without a driver. Optimus. Jack said in shock. Why would the Autobot leader be out here this late at night? And why would he be approaching him? Hello, Jack. Optimus greeted. Thankfully, the street was deserted, so nobody saw them converse. Do you require assistance? No, I'm good, Jack said immediately. He didn't want to be involved with this war anymore, and that meant avoiding any interactions with any bots and cons, even if one of them was the leader. If I recall, your human customs require you to be home by about 2,200 hours Earth Standard Time. If these standards are not met, you are susceptible to punishment by an older human of the same DNA. Am I wrong? Optimus asked. Jack blinked. No, you're not. It's just, not how I would have put it. Jack said, rubbing the back of his head. "I also wish to speak with you one-on-one. And since this could save you the trouble, I viewed this as a mutually beneficial agreement," Optimus revealed. Jack grimaced. He was probably gonna ask him to come back or something. However, when he thought about facing his angry and worrying mother when he arrived home late, he decided that riding in Optimus was the lesser of two evils. Okay. He managed to secure his bike to Optimus and soon hopped in the driver's seat. Jack didn't know how to drive a truck, not even a car. He had a motorcycle license. Thankfully, Optimus said he'd be handling the driving, he just needed someone to give the illusion that he had a driver. Though some people may question why a teenager was driving such a big truck, it was better than having no one in the driver's seat. The two drove in silence for a long awkward moment. Jack was trying to hold on, waiting for Optimus to break and say something first, but the Prime had way more experience on his side, and patience wasn't one of the powers the spider gave him. So, he finally spoke up. "What are you even doing out here this late at night, Optimus?" "I was on a routine patrol when I happened to see you exiting a store," Optimus revealed. "I know you wished to remain apart from all this, but since your situation is more complicated compared to Raph and Miko's, I decided to keep a close eye on you, should the Decepticons try anything." Jack didn't know whether he should be offended the Autobots were still babysitting him or touched they would still look out for him, especially after the outburst at the base. Not many people did that for him besides his mom. "Thanks, Optimus," Jack said as they fell back into silence. This lasted for a few minutes before Optimus spoke up. "I must say, I was impressed." At Jack's confused look, the Autobot leader explained. "You leapt in with almost no hesitation and managed to save both a young girl and an elderly human, and came out largely unscathed." "I just did what anyone else would have done." Jack shrugged. "Perhaps. But few have the will to act on such beliefs." Jack sighed. "Look, Optimus, if this is about trying to convince me to come back, that is not my intention." Optimus cut him off. "You made your point clear when you left the base, and I have no intention of forcing you to do any different than what you've decided. While I admit, I had originally hoped to find an ally in you, Jack, I won't force you to join a conflict you want no part of, or else I would be no different than Megatron and the Decepticons." Jack was shocked. He was sure Optimus was here to try and convince him to come back. Who wouldn't want an enhanced human that could take down giant robots with his bare hands? Guess he wasn't so much of a general or leader. The way he was talking to him made him feel like he was speaking to a big brother, or even a father. He squished down the conflicting emotions that came with the latter and focused on the conversation. "Then why?" Jack asked. Optimus was silent for several seconds before he asked, "I wish to ask you a question, Jack. Why do you not use your powers?" Jack was taken aback, not expecting such a question. He took a moment before answering. "I already told you. I don't want to cause my mom any problems. I just want to live a normal life." "Forgive me for being blunt, Jack, but I do not believe the second half of your reasoning," Optimus stated, shocking Jack. "You say you wish to live a normal life, but if that is what you truly desired, you would have not even come with us to the base when we first asked. You would have done all you can to keep yourself from coming. But you guys would have just chased me down," Jack argued. "No, we wouldn't," Optimus said. "If you truly had no desire to learn more of us or even the situation you found yourself in, we would have respected your wishes and left you alone. And despite what you say about not wanting your powers, you never hesitate to rush in to rescue someone in need, such as Miko, that girl, and the elderly man. You have an instinctive desire to help others, one I greatly admire. But something is keeping you from fully embracing that part of yourself, and I merely wish to know the reason." "The real reason?" Jack was stunned. The alien robot had figured him out. Granted, it never occurred to Jack that the Autobots would leave him alone if he refused them more adamantly the first time, but he could have done more to avoid them. Such as hiding with his camouflage. But his scientific desire to learn more about these beings, as well as the tingle of familiarity he felt when he first met RC, overpowered any want to stay out of it. He also recalled him wanting to save Miko and Raph, the first real friends he's had in who knows how long. He wanted to save them, but not just because they were his friends. He knew even if they were strangers, he'd work just as hard to save them, just as he worked hard to save that girl and old man from the fire. That warmth and pride he felt from his actions still lingered strongly in his chest. And the way Optimus was talking to him, it wasn't the tone of either a general or leader or even a curious stranger. Rather, it felt like the desire of a father wanting to learn more about his son. That feeling prompted Jack to open up. All my life, he started, I've wanted to do more. Be more. More than just Jack Darby, the kid whose dad walked out on him and his mom. That's part of the reason why I studied so hard. But it never seemed like enough. Until one day, that spider just happened to bite me, and now I was more. And what's the first thing I did with those powers? I hurt someone. Sure, Vince is a jerk and all, but that doesn't mean he deserved that. Plus, it just caused trouble for my mom. He sighed as he looked down at his hand, a concerned expression on his face. We have a saying here on Earth, Optimus, power makes a person more of themselves. Well, what if that's who I am? Someone who hurts others and causes problems for the people close to me. If that's who I am, then I want nothing to do with this power. Optimus was silent as Jack finished. He didn't know these were the concerns going through the boy's head, and to be honest, he understood. Megatron himself used to be a noble being, one he looked up to in fact. But as time went on and he gained more and more power, he soon revealed himself to be a tyrant who would crush anyone who stood in his way. Optimus could understand why Jack would be hesitant to use his powers, but there was something he needed to know. Why did you fight with Vince? Huh? Jack asked. Was it revenge? A chance to impress others? To make him suffer? Optimus asked. Jack thought about it for a moment, recalling what led up to the fight. No, he was just bullying this other kid. And I thought, hey, why not make him stop since I have the power? But I took it too far. If Jack could see the Prime's face, he would see him smiling proudly. Then I think you have nothing to fear. Jack was confused, as Optimus explained. You were right, power does make a person more of themselves. And you showed your true nature when you stood up to Vince. Yeah, someone who wants payback on his tormentors. Jack scoffed. No, Optimus said. At that moment, you proved that you are a protector. You confronted him, not for revenge or your own sake, but because another was suffering due to his actions. You sought to use your power, not to dominate or rule over another, but to defend another. And that has not been the only time. When you saved Raph and Miko from the Decepticons, and when you saved those people from the fire. You've proven on multiple occasions that you are someone who, when seeing someone in need, will not hesitate to save them if you have the power to do so. Jack was shocked. For so long, he believed that his true nature was someone who would cause others pain. But Optimus told him that was not the case. Rather, he was someone who would protect others. He had to admit, hearing that made him feel a lot better about himself and his powers. Still didn't change his mind. Look, Optimus, Jack said. I'm grateful, truly, to hear you think that. You have no idea how much it means to me to hear some of that. But if you're looking for someone to help you in your war, you got the wrong guy. Jack had a regretful look on his face as he glanced at the radio where Optimus' voice was coming from. Look, I'm not special. I'm not a hero. I'm just a kid who was bit by a spider. I do not believe that spider bit you, Jack. I believe it chose you. Optimus said with certainty. Jack sighed. Look, I'm not like you, Optimus. I can't do it. I can't save the whole world. Jack, when the war for Cybertron began, I too felt the immense pressure weighing on my shoulders. I thought it was up to me to save the planet from Megatron and his tyranny. But my mentor, Alpha Trion, said something that helped put everything into focus. Do not focus on saving all of Cybertron. Focus on saving one, and then the rest will come to you. Before Jack could say anything to that, the Autobot leader stopped. Jack looked outside and saw they were at his house, and thankfully before his mom was. Jack was about to leave, but he looked back at the radio before looking downcast. I'm sorry. He trailed off before he opened the truck door and hopped out. I really am, but I can't help you. Optimus was silent for a long moment before speaking. I understand, Jack. If this is what you have decided, I will respect your decision. But remember one thing, fate rarely calls upon us at a moment of our choosing. You're Optimus Prime, Jack said, his tone indicating that held much significance. He may not have known this bot for long, but he knew he was someone special. You don't need me. He shut the door and made his way to his house. As he watched the young man enter his house, Optimus couldn't help the sullen look that crossed his face. Not that anyone else could see it. "We do," Optimus said, knowing Jack was out of earshot. "More than you know. Especially for what's coming." The next day, Jack woke up early that morning. The actual truth was that he couldn't fall asleep. The craziness of the day, from the rescue, leaving the team, Miko's visit, the fire, and his talk with Optimus, all of it weighed heavily on the spider's mind. He managed to drag himself out of bed and get ready for work, leaving before his mother was awake. He pulled his bike into the parking area of K.O. Burger. Putting out the kickstand, Jack let out a sigh as he looked at the logo for the local fast food joint. It didn't feel right. Being here, of all places, it didn't feel right. He felt like he should be somewhere else. Doing something more than just taking orders and flipping patties. Miko's words from last night entered his mind. "You're not a fry cook. You're a superhero." "Man, that girl has a way with words," Jack muttered. "Nice bike." Jack jumped as he turned to the voice and saw the vehicle form of RC, with no holographic driver on top. While he was surprised to see her of all people, he had an idea of what she wanted. "RC, really?" Miko and Optimus already tried, Jack said, walking towards her. "Tell the boss bot I respect him big time, but if you're at war with the Decepticons, there's nothing I can do to help." He looked away as he finished, yet he was doubting his own words, the parts about not being able to help anyway. "Optimus didn't send me," RC corrected, "and no one is asking for your help." "Okay, so if we both agree I'm not warrior material," he trailed off. If she and the others didn't want his help, why was she here? "Jack, I just lost someone I cared about." Her tone was somber, making Jack immediately think of Cliffjumper. "Maybe it's the grief talking. Maybe you're growing on me. Whatever it is, I'm just not ready to say goodbye." Jack didn't know what to say to all that. RC felt she needed to say this. From the moment the two met, the female Autobot had been wary, snarky, and antagonistic towards him. Not just because he was a human, but because his powers reminded RC too much of her. But over the last 2 days, that Ice Queen mentality had thawed and she was now looking at him for who he was, the way Optimus and the others saw him. She knew he had potential, the potential to become something amazing, spectacular even. He was going to soar, and to be honest, she wanted to be one of the people who helped him reach those heights. Jack looked down in thought. In truth, he also wasn't ready to say goodbye. He's only known the Autobots for 3 days, and in those 3 days, he's never felt more alive. Being with them, Raph, and Miko, he felt like he had a place where he could belong outside his family, a place where he could be himself, where he could do something that mattered. He then glanced at his right hand, where the spider bit him. Ever since he's got bit by that spider, he longed for a normal life. But try as he might, no matter what he did, he'd never quite fit in with others. Because he knew he was different. He held some hatred that out of all the people the spider bit, it just had to be him by chance. But as he thought that, another statement from last night came to mind. "I do not believe that spider bit you, Jack. I believe it chose you." Optimus' words caused him to ponder. What if this wasn't an accident? What if this was meant to happen? It's one heck of a coincidence that several months after he was bit by a spider with alien blood, he'd meet the aliens with said blood flowing through them. But it wasn't a coincidence. He could feel it, whether it was through his spider sense or his gut. Fate rarely calls upon us at a moment of our choosing. He tried so hard to run away from his powers. Being afraid of them, hiding them, shunning them. But could he do that forever? Could he hide such a big part of himself away? He already knew the answer to that. He couldn't. As he accepted that, one more statement flashed into his mind. The words he lived his life by, only seeing them in an entirely new light. With great power, comes great responsibility. At that moment, everything became clear. He now understood the true meaning of such words. He had power. A power that could be used to protect. Then, isn't it his responsibility to use that power to help others? He then looked up at the beautiful clear sky and took a deep breath. This was his world, his home. Then shouldn't he have a stake fighting for it? When he has the power to do so. He sighed. She was right all along, huh? Jack said with a chuckle. I really am a superhero. He then looked at RC, a determined smile on his face. Looks like I'll be pulling a Ferris Bueller. Who's that? Akri asked with a tilt of her mirrors. Jack slumped. These aliens knew nothing of culture. Where's Darby? The large overweight manager of KO. Burger asked as they opened up shop for the day. He was supposed to be 73 minutes ago. Will anybody get me my coffee? Here you go, sir. One of the part-timers said as he handed the coffee to her boss. Also, I think it's only been 20 minutes. He's still making us waste 20 minutes of our time waiting for him. When I see that boy I'm never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down. At the infamous song playing, the manager quickly took out his phone, giving his employees who were staring at him the stink eye. What are you all looking at? Get back to work. As the workers hastily went back to work, the manager held the phone to his ear. Hello. Hey boss, came Jack's weak voice through the other end. Darby, where are you? You were supposed to be here 73 minutes ago. I think it's been only 20 minutes. Also, I can't come in today. Why not? Because I'm sick. Sure you are. And no, I really am. Cough cough. See. Listen here, Darby. In my day, even when you were sick, you were expected to come to work. Did you just admit you're old? Before the boss could chew out his smart-mouthed employee, the sound of an engine was heard. What was that noise? That's just my motorcycle. I thought you were sick. In-game. Yes, my motorcycle is in the game. That I am playing at home. Because I'm sick. Cough super sick. Listen, Darby. If you don't walk in here in the next 4.2 seconds I'm gonna. You know I think I should get some sleep because I'm sick. So bye. The line soon went dead. The manager was fuming as he clutched the phone in his hands. That little. Phew. Jack sighed as he put the phone back in his pocket and returned to holding RC's handles with both hands. I think that went well. He said with a pleased smile. Smooth, RC said sarcastically. Give me a break. I've never done this before. Jack cried as they drove through the desert, to the base. Entering the secret passage in the mountain, the duo drove right in the middle of a gathering of bots and the other humans. Pulling to a stop, Jack stepped off RC and pulled off his helmet, greeting everyone with a smile. Hey, guess who's back? Autobots, prepare for departure, Optimus said, not even acknowledging his return. I knew I should have come in dangling from the ceiling, Jack muttered under his breath. Where to? RC asked. The final frontier, Miko said, walking up to them with a smile on her face and a bag in another. Space? Jack questioned. I thought they didn't have any way to get there. They don't, really, Raph commented as Bumblebee set him down. Jack looked back up to his partner. Be seeing you? He asked. RC tilted her head and moved to join the others. Ratchet pulled on the controls of the ground bridge and the green vortex came to life. Be careful, B, Raph told his partner. Bumblebee buzzed in acknowledgement, before walking away. I'm so jealous. Miko cried as she looked up at Bulkhead. Don't even think about following me, Bulkhead warned, which he didn't have to. Miko may crave action, but she wasn't stupid enough to go out to space with no way to breathe. Still, it would be awesome. Optimus, Ratchet began, his tone extremely serious, if you leave stranded on a planet teeming with humans I will never forgive you. Seriously man, we're not that bad, Jack cried. He already regretted coming back if this was the attitude he had to deal with from Ratchet. Until we meet again old friend, Optimus said as his battle mask shut. Autobots, roll out, he cried as they all transformed and took off down the ground bridge. As they disappeared into the green vortex, Jack let out a sigh. And here I thought you guys would lay out a welcome back party for me. Instead, nobody wants to be around me. Jack whined. Nah, we knew you'd come back. Miko said waving her hand. Though I guess I lost the bet. Bet? What bet? Jack asked. I bet that you would come back the moment we were about to lose and make an awesome heroic entrance. Miko shouted with excitement before slumping in defeat. But it seems you're even more of a hero than I gave you credit for. Jack had his jaw drop. Seriously, Miko was one of a kind. I bet you would show up just as things were starting to get bad, Raph said, causing Jack to balk at the preteen prodigy. I said you wouldn't show up until the crisis resolved itself, Ratchet revealed, shocking the spider further. Jack then ran a hand down his face. It hasn't even been a minute, and I already regret coming back. Some time passed and nothing significant had happened since the Autobots landed on the space bridge. The humans and Ratchet waited impatiently for anything to happen since they couldn't do much of anything sitting in the base. Well, what are they waiting for? RC asked over the comms. It appears the Decepticons have sustained serious damage to their interstellar navigational system. Optimus reported. Ah, that's my handiwork, Bulkhead said, impressed with himself. Great job, Bulkhead, Optimus praised. Without the dish, Megatron will be unable to aim the space bridge at Cybertron. Don't the Decepticons know where their own planet is? Raph asked. Naturally, Ratchet said, but Cybertron is many light years away. To reach their target, their aim must be astronomically precise. If Megatron went through the trouble of rendezvousing with his space bridge, he must have an alternate targeting system, a remote one, Optimus suggested, though Ratchet seemed doubtful as he scoffed. From what I know of Earth's technology, I doubt there exists a single radio telescope dish on this planet powerful enough to pinpoint Cybertron. What about a whole bunch of linked radio telescope dishes? Raph pointed out as he typed away on his laptop and brought up a picture of a line of satellite dishes located in a desert. Like the giant size array in Texas. Zip bah, bah, bah. This is not child's play. Ratchet cried as if he was scolding children. Which in a way, he was. Good thinking, Raph, Optimus said, much to Ratchet's shock. Ratchet, have Agent Fowler alert the array staff to the security hazard. You, soldier. The government agent yelled from his hospital bed. He had been coming in and out of consciousness since being rescued, and every time he spoke, he said something random and bizarre before collapsing. You're out of uniform. Put on some pants. Like right now. That may be a challenge, Ratchet said, shaking his head. Do you guys even wear pants? Jack asked absent-mindedly. Raph then turned back to his computer and began typing away before slamming his fist down in frustration. I can't get past the array's firewalls. They're too thick. You actually think you could keep the Decepticons out? Ratchet questioned, full of doubt. Maybe, Raph said, if I could get in. At that, Jack suddenly had an idea. Wait. Raph, what if we could get you all the way in, like inside the building in? He suggested. Raph's eyes widened in realization at Jack's plan. I could walk into their internal network on the other side of the firewall. The risk is too great. Optimus protested. The Decepticons will be there, perhaps even on site. Well, it's a good thing he's got a superhero going with him. Jack said with confidence, gesturing to himself, shocking both Raph and Miko, the latter especially. Wait, seriously, you're totally on board with this now? Miko asked, excitement building in her voice. What can I say? Jack shrugged. You can be very convincing. Miko smiled at that. Jack, you don't need to force yourself to do something you don't want to do, Optimus assured, worried Jack was forcing himself to accept such a burden simply because it was asked of him. Optimus, with all due respect, you said it yourself. Jack reminded the Autobot leader. This is bigger than the safety of 3 humans. Yeah, Miko agreed. If we let the cons win, we are fragged along with everyone else on our planet. Optimus was silent for a moment before speaking. Raph. The leader wanted to make sure all of them were on board for this. Raph looked at his fellow humans, then looked down for a moment before giving his reply. I want to give it a shot. He said with determination. Then let's do this. Jack pumped his fist. No so fast, Jackie boy. Miko cried out, stopping the super teen in his tracks. She had an excited smile on her face, the smile of someone who had a chance to give a present they were dying to gift. If you're serious about being a superhero, you need a super suit. What does a suit have to do with any of this? Ratchet asked, not understanding Earth's customs. Where am I gonna find a super suit at a time like this? Jack asked before he caught a bag Miko threw at him. You won't have to, she said with a pleased smile. Jack looked inside and saw indeed what looked to be a brightly colored suit inside. Where did you get this? Oh, I made it. Miko declared with pride, shocking the 3. My host parents are fashion designers, so I asked them to help out with making clothes. Thought it'd be a good way to save money when I form a band. When did you start working on it? Raph asked, trying to get a peek. The night we all met. She revealed. The 2 boys looked at her in surprise, Jack most of all before he sighed. You believed I was gonna be a superhero the night we met. Yep. Jack shook his head with a chuckle as he moved behind a wall to change. Alright, let's try this on. Hopefully, it won't look ridiculous. What's taking him so long? We got a world to save. You're the one who wanted him to dress up in a superhero suit, Miko. Besides, it's only been 5 minutes. I will never understand the obsession you humans have with fabric. Maybe if you guys had to wear pants, then you'd understand. I'm coming out. Jack's voice silenced the three. Just, promise not to laugh. As he stepped out of the corner, the 2 humans and 1 Autobot's jaws dropped. Jack was wearing a skin-tight spandex onesie that emphasized his muscles that he kept hidden under his normal clothes. It was mostly blue with red gloves, boots, and midsection. There was a black web pattern all over the red parts of the suit with a small black spider symbol on the chest, with a large red spider on the back. And located in his armpits were what looked like a spider's webs. How Miko managed to pull that off, they didn't know. But the defining feature had to be the mask. It was red with the web pattern for the whole suit originating from where his nose would be. It had large white eyes. Miko used a chrome covering to help Jack see out but keep people from seeing in. Well, Jack said, spinning around to show off more of the suit, what do you guys think? Whoa, was all Raph could say as he had the most awe-inspired smile on his face. That's incredible, Ratchet said in awe before he realized what he said and looked away with a seemingly unimpressed frown. For a human anyway. Jack rolled his eyes, which was indicated by the white lenses on the mask. They can also help him with expressions. He then turned to Miko to gaze at her reaction but blinked. Miko looked as if she had been struck dumb. Her eyes were wide and her jaw dropped as she gawked at him. Miko, he asked as he moved closer to her, waving his hands in front of her, but he got no response. The girl herself was just frozen as she admired her work. She spent all of 2 nights working on this suit, praying that she got his measurements right. Having fashion designers as host parents helped her spot things like a person's size fairly easily. And judging by the way that suit hugged his body, she had got it right. He had an Olympic swimmer build, not too muscular but not skinny either. Muscles are perfectly balanced throughout the whole body. It was so. Snap. Miko blinked as the snap registered in her ears. She then saw that Jack, the mask now off, was standing right in front of her, causing her to blush. Are you okay, Miko? He asked, placing a red glover on her forehead. Your face is red. Do you have a fever? No. She shrieked as she backed away, her face even more red. Seeing the shocked look on the others' faces, she quickly composed herself. I mean, no, I'm fine. Just admiring my work, she said with no small hint of pride, looking him over once again. And I have to say, I outdid myself. How does it feel, Jack? Raph asked. Jack took a moment to look himself over, clenching and unclenching his fists, getting a feel for the costume. It's tight, but not so much that I can't breathe or move. A little itchy, but not too much. Miko, who managed to snap out of her gawking, rolled her eyes. Thanks for the commentary, but how do you feel wearing it? Jack thought about it. The moment he began suiting up, he felt a strange sense of empowerment. It almost felt like he could do anything wearing this suit, a feeling that felt complete the moment he slipped the mask on. He felt awesome, he muttered as he clenched his fists in excitement. I feel awesome. His declaration caused both Miko and Raph to smile. I must say, that is a rather colorful choice of style, Ratchet said, pointing out the red and blue of his suit. Yeah, well, blame Optimus, I got the idea from him, Miko revealed to the Autobots' shock. The moment I saw him for the first time, I was just, wow, now that's a hero. As I was making the suit, the colors just kept appearing in my mind, so I went with it. I think it turned out well. Ratchet then looked at the suit with a new light. If Miko had based this suit partly on his old friend, then how could he possibly complain about it? Now all you need is a name. Miko declared. A name, but don't you think we need to get moving? Raph asked. Nonsense, a super suit is just the beginning. I mean, we can't just call him Jack all the time when he's swinging around in that suit. Miko pointed out. Point taken, Raph said. But what should we call him? Miko opened her mouth, ready to list the several dozen ideas that came to mind the second she learned about Jack's powers. But the person in question beat her to it. Spider-Man. Both teens blinked as they turned back to Jack, a determined expression on his face. "Call me Spider-Man," he said. "Really?" Miko asked with a raised brow. "Yeah, you were the one who gave me that name in the first place," he reminded her. She did. She then thought back to last night, when she visited his house, and before she left, she said something to him. "See you around, Spider-Man." Huh, guess she did. Oh well, that just was more of an ego boost to her. "Well, now that we have all that figured out, let's go," Miko declared as she took Jack by the hand and dragged him off to the ground bridge with Raph on their tail. Ratchet rolled his eyes and activated the portal. The three teens entered the swirling vortex. Just inside the gate for the Dish Array in Texas, the ground bridge portal opened up and the three teens jumped out. Jack managed to stick a three-point landing with his legs spread out wide and an arm held back. Raph and Miko on the other hand appeared wobbly and close to falling over. "Man, that will take some getting used to," Miko commented, trying to get her breakfast to stay inside her. "I don't know why you guys are complaining. I feel fine," Jack said as he stood tall, completely unaffected by the effects of the ground bridge on humans. "Lucky," Miko groaned before she and Raph eventually found their bearings and focused. They had a job to do, and the whole world was counting on them. Getting into the base was easier than they thought. When they came across a locked door, Jack nearly used his strength to open them, or an energon blast from his fingers to fry the controls on any electronic doors. Also, his camouflage and wall-crawling abilities helped him sneak around any guards. Not that there were any. Eventually, they managed to find a room with a computer. Raph sat down and got to work. Miko stood on the lookout, trying to make sure they didn't get caught. When she saw no one, she closed the door and decided to comment. "Security sure is lax in this place. Wonder why." "Budget cuts," Jack joked, earning a giggle from his friends. "I'm in," Raph said, before frowning. "And so are the Decepticons." "What?" Jack asked, concerned. "How can you tell?" Miko asked. "Schematics with the same alien math we saw on their ship," Raph explained before holding a flash drive and plugging it in. "But this time, I can download them." "It's gotta be the space bridge," Miko said. "The Decepticons are syncing it to the dishes, but I can sync to them," Raph said as he got to work. "Will they know?" Jack asked, slightly nervous. While he did now embrace the idea of being a superhero and fighting alien robot Nazis, that didn't mean he was excited about having to do the actual fighting. "Even if the Decepticons see that I'm in the system, they'll have no idea I'm in the house," Raph assured Jack as he got back to work. While Raph's words did provide some relief to Jack, that still didn't assuage his worries. Especially as felt a tingle in the base of his skull. The tingle in his skull didn't go away as time passed on, and Raph managed to shut the Decepticons down several times, which prompted him to ask, what happens when the cons realize they're being punked? "It's only virtual combat, you know, like online gaming," Raph continued to assure his super friend. "Yeah, Jack," Miko agreed. "What are the cons gonna do? They're probably, like, 1,000 miles away." At that moment, the tingle in his skull intensified to the point where he sensed danger was right behind him. Slowly, he turned to see a dark purple tentacle hovering over the three humans. Or, right at the end of the hall. He sighed. He needed to listen to his spider sense more often. The tentacle moved to strike Raph, but Jack was faster as he grabbed hold of the metallic limb and held on for dear life. Miko too grabbed a hold as the tentacle whipped around the room, trying to get them to let go of it. "I won't let them log on again," Raph said as he typed away furiously on the computer. The tentacle managed to shake Jack off, but he righted himself midair and landed right side up on the wall. Miko soon followed and Jack managed to catch her before she impacted with the wall. "You okay?" "Yeah, thanks." They looked back up to see the tentacle about to attack Raph. "Leave him alone," Jack shouted as he fired a web at the tentacle and pulled it away from his friend. "Keep working, Raph. I got this." The tentacle was determined to prove him wrong as it began to swing around erratically, taking Jack with it as he still held it by the web line. Jack's body was slammed against the walls, ceiling, and floor of the room before he pulled out into the hallway through the wall. Jack struggled to stand, never having taken that much beating since he got his powers. If he was a normal human, he would have had several broken bones and a lot of internal bleeding. He just felt very bruised. He needed to get up. People were counting on him, even if they didn't know it. The Autobots, his friends, his mom, and the fate of the world rested on his shoulders. It was time to prove his strength was equal to the task. Reaching his back, he pulled out his mask. He hadn't put the thing on because if there was security, he didn't want to be mistaken as a colorful burglar. He put the fabric over his head and slipped it on. Strange, the moment he slipped it on, he felt all his fears, insecurities, and doubts disappear, only to be replaced with a confidence he'd never felt before in his life. He felt he could do anything, especially take down this freaky metal tentacle. "Hey, worm breath," Jack knows Spider-Man called out, getting the metal limb's attention. His white lenses narrowed challengingly as he got into a stance. "Come and get me." The taunt worked as the tentacle charged him while he stayed still, waiting. It worked for Keanu, he thought. Just as the tentacle was on him, he bent over backward in a way that no human, no matter how flexible, would be able to replicate, like Neo in the Matrix. As the tentacle passed over him, he shot out his left hand and grabbed the limb in a death grip, nearly crushing it in a death grip. He charged up Energon in his right hand, flattened it, and swung, slicing off the clawed end from the limb. The remaining limb retreated down the hall. Spider-Man stood back up straight, looking down the hall with large white eyes and then down to the remains of the tentacle in his hand. "Whoa," he muttered. He can't believe that worked. Neither could his friends as they looked at him in awe. He then broke out into a wide smile. He can do this. If Soundwave had a face, he would be frowning. He had come here at Starscream's suggestion to use these primitive dishes to try and lock onto Cybertron after the Autobots destroyed their navigational dish. After clearing out the facility of humans, no need to repeat how he did so, the silent Decepticon plugged into the mainframe and manipulated the satellites to point at Cybertron. However, something, or rather someone, a human, was getting in his way. Not many beings, Cybertronian or otherwise, have ever stood in his way and lived to tell the tale. So he sent one of his tentacles to dispose of the annoyance. Imagine his surprise when he felt the claw end of his tentacle be cut from the rest of it. He did a quick scan of the severed appendage and picked up traces of concentrated energon. This shouldn't have been possible. He reviewed the camera footage and saw a human dressed in a strange colorful outfit that reminded him of his master's mortal enemy, Optimus Prime. He then saw a glow of blue electricity and did a quick scan. If he had a face, it would be one of shock and admittedly, horror. This human had energon flowing through his veins, and he was alive. Not only that, but he seemed to be able to utilize it as a weapon. In all the experiments the Decepticons did since coming to Earth, it revealed humans couldn't take energon into their body, as the energy proved too much for their fleshy bodies. So how did this one not only survive but seem to become even stronger because of it? And he was aligned with the Autobots. Lord Megatron needed to learn about this as soon as possible. So, disconnecting himself completely from the servers, he sent off both of his tentacles at his prey, having repaired the one that was damaged while contemplating. He needed to learn more about what this human was capable of and to see whether he could become an asset to his master's plans or a threat that needed to be squashed. "Dude, that was awesome. Straight out of a movie." Nico cheered. "Thanks. Can't believe it worked honestly," Spider-Man said, rubbing the back of his head. "Hey, Raph, do you need to access a computer to stop the Decepticons?" "Yeah, there should be another I can download into," Raph said. "Alright then let's." Spider-Man trailed off as his spider sense began ringing. He looked down the hall where the tentacle disappeared to see two tentacles and charged straight toward them. "Go. I'll hold them off." Both Miko and Raph ran into a nearby room as Spider-Man got into a crouch. "They never learn," he said. His confidence was at an all-time high after destroying the first tentacle. He ducked under the first one and was about to slice it apart like before, however, the second came at him from the side and rammed him into the wall. "Okay. Maybe they do learn," he groaned as he got his bearings. He ducked to avoid a strike from the first and leapt over a sweep from the second. They moved in close but he knocked them back with a flurry of punches and kicks. He shot several balls of webbing, which the tentacles managed to all dodge. He grimaced under his mask. It looks like whoever was controlling these things wasn't holding back. This would be much easier if he had some sort of main body to hit. He could go and find the con, but that would mean leaving Raph and Miko unprotected. And he refused to leave them on their own. He continued to jump around the hallway, dodging and batting away when the tentacles got too close. However, his luck ran out when one rammed him into the wall and pinned him there. The second one charged at him. His white lenses widened, thinking this might be it. Hiya. However, he would not meet his end today as Miko, shouting a battle cry, jumped in and swung down with a fireman's axe, slicing off the tentacle that was pinning him to the wall. He dodged at the last second as the second tentacle impacted the wall. He glanced up at his savior as she flashed him a smirk. "What, you think because you're a superhero now that I'm gonna let you have all the fun?" she asked as she moved to strike the second tentacle. "Wait, stop," Spider-Man cried out. While he was grateful that she saved him, he didn't want her risking her life. She tried to repeat what she did to the first tentacle, but the second dodged effortlessly and slammed into her, sending her rolling into the wall. "Okay, I might have jumped the gun on that one," Miko groaned out. "You think?" Spider-Man asked as he helped her to her feet with Raph coming up to them. His spider sense flared and he turned back to the tentacle and his white lenses widened as he saw it picked up the axe Miko had. "And you just had to hand it an axe." "Not good," Raph muttered. Spider-Man moved in front to protect his friends. Just as the axe was about to be brought down, it suddenly retreated down the hall. Both the hero and the teens looked at each other in bewilderment. What was that about? Soundwave was stupid. Okay, that was a lie. Soundwave was one of the smartest and most cunning Decepticons out there. All of his actions were based on logic after a well-thought-out plan. It's what made him cold and highly efficient. But he let himself get distracted by the humans, particularly the one resembling Optimus Prime. That was not his mission. He needed to get these primitive satellites to lock onto Cybertron, and he was allowing himself to be distracted by human children. Absurd. Megatron would be disappointed if he found out. He didn't need to eliminate them, he just needed to block their access to the system so that they couldn't interfere with locking onto Cybertron. And when he saw the axe the human female dropped, he had the perfect way to do that. After making sure the dishes were locked onto Cybertron once more, he took the axe and severed the cables connecting the dishes to the facility. Now, unless someone did something manually, there would be no way for the dishes to be altered. With his mission now complete, Soundwave moves to exit the facility, letting the humans wallow in their failure. Crash. Soundwave turned to see the doors to the facility sent flying off the hinges as the three humans from earlier came into the server room. The female, the one who previously held the axe, took out the primitive communication device humans referred to as a phone and took a photo. Soundwave decided to mock them by taking a photo of them. This would interest his master. If the Autobots were allying with humans, he would want to know about them. Especially the one dressed in red and blue. He then turned and prepared to transform. Whip. Then all of a sudden, he felt something sticky impact his right arm. Slowly, he turned back to humans and saw the culprit was the one dressed in the colorful suit. A white, bio-organic line originating from the gadgets on his wrist. It was similar to that sadistic deserter. Now that Soundwave had a good look at him, he saw that his whole motif was the same as the deserter. Interesting. However, this was no time for playing with children. He needed to return to his master's side. "Ah, what's wrong Boombox? Scared of little ol' me?" the human mocked. Change of plans. He was sure Megatron would appreciate it if he managed to bring home a sample of this human that seemed to have energon running through his veins. Whether in one piece or pieces. As Spider-Man stared at the faceless Decepticon he had just shot a web at, he felt a pit drop in his stomach. He just made a huge mistake, didn't he? The ringing of his spider sense didn't help. Find cover. He shouted to his friends, he couldn't risk them getting caught in the crossfire. Soundwave moved, slicing the web with his thin arms, and launched out his tentacles at the spider. Spider-Man fired a web and zipped off the ground into the wall. Firing two webs and launching himself at the con like a rock in a slingshot. The con tried to slice through him with his blade-like arms, but being human gave Spider-Man an advantage most foes didn't have against Soundwave. He was small enough to thread the needle. Just barely. Soundwave's arms nearly took both his head and legs off, but he was able to maneuver his body just right to avoid such a fate. The arms passed over his head, just inches away from touching his nose under the mask. But he made it through, and Soundwave was left wide open for the dropkick he delivered to his face. Crack! The screen cracked under the blow as Spider-Man leapt off, back-flipping as he struck a landing pose. Man, that was awesome. His blood was pumping like never before, his heart thumping in his ears. He's never felt so alive. He let a grin grow under his mask. However, that grin soon fell as the Decepticon looked down at him with that cracked visor. Jack gulped. He may not be able to see his face, assuming he had one, but he knew that if there was one, it would be frowning with great anger. Soundwave was now livid. This human, this insect, dared to stand in his way. In the way of his master's glorious purpose. Not only that, but he dodged his attacks and managed to land a blow only a handful of others would have a chance at. And that was a human hand. And the strength was nothing to scoff at. It was raw, untrained, and not fully realized. But if this human somehow managed to reach his full potential, he might have been able to knock his head clear off with that kick. An insect at that level of power bubbling inside him. Hey, I'm not exactly sure what you're thinking at the moment, but let me take a guess and correct you. Spiders are not insects, they are arachnids. Big difference. And he kept making these ridiculous comments that managed to get under even his metal skin. That's it. No more holding back. If Megatron wanted a sample, he would have to settle for the pieces Soundwave would take back with him. He shot out his tentacles again only for Spider-Man to leap into the air to dodge as they impacted the ground. One shot up and managed to wrap itself around the arachnid's legs before slamming him down, hard. OWWW. I heard about us bringing aliens down to Earth, but not the other way around. That attempt at a joke made Soundwave electrocute him with his tentacles, causing Spider-Man to howl in pain. He then threw him into a row of servers. Then the wall. Then the roof. Back to the ground. Wall. Ceiling. Servers. Floor. Wall. Other walls. Back wall. Ceiling. Floor. 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 As this was going on, Raph and Miko, who were still hiding, looked in horror as their friend was getting a thrashing that would have long since killed an ordinary human. Raph's eyes were as wide as his jaw and Miko covered her mouth to stop her from screaming. Finally, with one final slam, Soundwave stopped. Spider-Man was unresponsive, not moving or talking. Soundwave wrapped his tentacles around the human and pulled him up to meet him. The human's costume was in tatters, revealing some skin underneath as well as a lot of human blood. He did a scan of his vitals and saw that, to his astonishment, he was still alive. Color him impressed. Not even most Autobots could survive it when he got like this, and no human could survive the first smash. He needed to bring this human to Lord Megatron. If they could find some way to replicate his powers and apply them to their army, then no one would be able to stand in their way. He then turned to leave with his prize in tow. Seeing that the Khan was leaving and taking Jack with them, Miko sprinted out of her hiding place and shouted, "Let him go, you oversized walking amp." Soundwave turned to face the human girl, the younger boy soon joining her. A terrified yet defiant expression was on both of their faces. Deciding it would be best to eliminate these pests here and now, the Decepticon prepared to fire. Jack, who was slowly beginning to regain consciousness thanks to Miko's voice, took in two things. First, Miko and Raph stared up at him with fear and worry in their eyes. The second, Soundwave was pointing what looked like a blaster. That was all he needed to know as felt the energon in his blood build up. It felt different from when he threw a punch or used the energon to launch himself, where he concentrated it on a specific part. This was all over his body. It felt like he was a shaken soda can, and the energon was the liquid inside. And he was ready to burst. "Leave," Jack said, blue electricity dancing over his body, catching Soundwave's attention. The energon levels in the human began to build up to dangerous levels and Soundwave moved to stop him. Alone. But Jack had opened the can. Boom. And a massive surge of blue electricity exploded from his body, destroying the tentacles holding him. The blast destroyed the rest of the skyline on the roof and even took a chunk of it off. Jack landed on the ground and was breathing heavily. He took off his mask to breathe easier and calm down. He looked up to see the massive hole in the ceiling he made. He couldn't see Soundwave, the smoke from the explosion covered most of the room. Jack, the hero, turned to see his friends run up to him and quickly check him over. "I'm fine." He lied. He was anything but fine. His friends saw right through it and moved to help him up. "Dude, that was awesome. I didn't know you could do that," Miko shouted with a big smile on her face. "Hey, neither did I," Jack admitted. "What happened to the Decepticon?" Raph asked, looking around the smoke-covered room warily. "PSSH. You worry too much, Raph. There's no way that Khan survived what Jack did to him." Miko waved off his fears. The sound of rubble shifting and metal clanking caused the three to stop cold. Slowly, they turned back to see emerging from the smoke was none other than Soundwave. "You were saying..." "Oh, shut up, Spidey." Soundwave just stood there, staring at the humans, or more specifically at Jack. As more of the smoke cleared, it revealed more of Soundwave's body was revealed to them, causing the three humans to gawk at what they saw. Soundwave was missing his right arm. Given that Jack was on his right when he went boom and he tried to grab the human with his right, it made sense that it was that limb that ended up being destroyed. His body was also heavily scorched and burnt. Soundwave ran a quick diagnostic of himself. There were multiple red alerts and warning signs. Even Laserbeak was not functional. He'd never received such devastating injuries before in his life. Not even at the hands of Megatron or Optimus Prime. And it was a human who gave him such devastating injuries. He turned back to the human and saw him walk towards him, distancing himself from his friends. Walking might have been too generous. He was limping, close to crawling his way to him. But still, he had that defiant look in his eyes. Jack looked the Decepticon directly into the cracked face, his blue eyes glowing brighter with energon. "Well, what are you waiting for, an invitation?" He then brought up his fists like those boxers in Earth videos. "Bring it on. I'm game." He was bluffing. Soundwave knew he was. Despite how much stamina and durability this human had compared to others, he was still human. And humans, and even Cybertronians, have limits, and this one had already passed his long ago. But still, even Soundwave wasn't in much of a condition for another fight. While he was confident he could kill this human, he still didn't know his true potential, or if he was hiding something else to surprise him with. Besides, he's already accomplished his main mission. It would be best to cut his losses here. Soundwave then opened a ground bridge behind him. Taking one last glance at Jack, the silent Decepticon turned away and entered the portal. Seeing that his enemy was gone, Jack let his arms fall limp, a relieved smile on his face. "Oh, thank goodness." He fell for it, he said, the adrenaline finally leaving as he collapsed, his whole world going dark before he hit the ground. Aboard the bridge of his flagship the Nemesis, Megatron looked at the activated space bridge. Through his connection to Dark Energon, he could feel his undead army approaching the portal. He smirked evilly. Soon this world would fall to Megatron, and then the universe would follow. But there was one thing he was concerned about: where was Soundwave? Starscream had sent him to this Earth base to allow them to use the primitive technology to lock onto Cybertron. To his great surprise, it ended up working. He thought it would fail, mostly because it was Starscream's idea. However, it seemed that something was interfering with the signal. Soundwave seemed to solve the problem because nothing stopped them from activating the portal. But he hadn't returned yet. He doubted his most loyal soldier would have been destroyed, and he would not relish in carnage like some of his soldiers. He was quick and efficient. So what could be keeping him? At the sound of a ground bridge portal activating, Megatron smirked as he turned to face his surveillance chief. "You've returned, Soundwave, just as I knew you would. Once again, you've proven how you are my." He stopped as his red optics widened at the sight of his most loyal follower, an action that was shared by everyone on the bridge of the Nemesis. Soundwave was, to put it bluntly, a wreck. His body was charred, with scorch marks all over his metal skin. His face was cracked, and most glaringly, he was missing his right arm. Every Decepticon was shocked. No one had ever seen Soundwave look this beat up before. And then most of them shivered. Who could cause this much damage to Soundwave? Seeing as Megatron's prized follower was in such a state caused Starscream to laugh. However, he was silenced when he saw the fierce glare Megatron gave him. The leader of the Decepticons turned to his follower and asked, "What happened, Soundwave?" The silent Decepticon limped, he scrapping limped over to the nearest console and plugged in. Footage of the fight he had with the human showed up on the monitors. Megatron did not look pleased. "You're telling that a human," Megatron spit the word out, "managed to do this to you?" Soundwave nodded. Starscream chuckled. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. To be bested by a human of all things. Silence Starscream. Megatron yelled at his second-in-command why he made him that. He doesn't know, blame the writers. He then turned back to the screen, a thoughtful look on his metal face as he studied the human dressed in red and blue. Upon his return, he heard reports of a human terminating a Viacon. But he waved that off as nothing but baseless nonsense. After all, how could a human stand up against Cybertronians, Viacon, or otherwise? But according to Soundwave, such a human existed. And they were powerful. Powerful enough to do much damage to one of his most loyal soldiers. Granted, Soundwave also made the mistake of underestimating his opponent. It didn't matter how strong one was, underestimating an enemy was a quick way to get your spark extinguished. He learned that during his gladiatorial days. Still, despite the power the human had, he didn't know how to fully use it to his advantage. That led Megatron to conclude that this human, despite being powerful, was no warrior, merely a child given power he didn't know how to use to its fullest potential. But still, even his arch-nemesis Optimus Prime was not always a warrior, merely an archivist in the beginning. Now he's the biggest thorn in the tyrant's side. At the thought of Optimus, Megatron then began to take more notice of the human's attire. Indeed, the color scheme made him immediately think of his nemesis. But there was something else too. At the end of the video, where it showed the human with his mask off, revealing nothing but a boy underneath, Megatron had Soundwave stop the video. Those eyes. He has those same eyes. There was no mistaking it. The conviction, the determination, the drive, the naivety, the hope that he saw in those glowing blue orbs. It was exactly like Optimus at the beginning when he was Orion Pax. When they first met all those eons ago. Regardless, this could be dealt with later. He needed to make sure that the Autobots didn't sabotage the space bridge, keeping his army from entering the portal. Plus, he wanted to have at least one last battle with his old friend before his eventual demise. And after he rid himself of Optimus, he would find this human and crush him like the insect he was. Best to cut out the weed before it grew into another Optimus Prime. Primus knows he didn't need two of them. Everything hurts. That's the only thing Jack knew for certain as came to. Serious, with how much pain he felt, he totally thought he should be dead. Hey, he's coming around. A voice shouted, causing him to wince. Don't shout. You'll only make it worse. An older, grumpier voice said. You're shouting too, you know. A snarky voice shot back. Jack managed to open his eyes and see the ceiling of what was the Autobot base. He turned his head, it being a pain to do so, and saw both Raph and Miko looking at him with both relief and concern. Oh, thank goodness. Miko yelled as she wrapped her arms around him, Raph following soon after. Oh wow. Guys, please stop. Still in a lot of pain here. Jack shouted. His friends quickly release him. He took note of his surroundings and noticed he was laying on the gurney meant for Agent Fowler, whom he saw was now back on his feet. He also didn't have a shirt on, his muscular chest having been bandaged extensively. What happened? You collapsed, Ratchet said. Miko and Raph called for an emergency ground bridge and brought you here. How long was I out for? Jack asked. Close to an hour, Raph told him. Jack was about to speak when he heard Agent Fowler speak up. These things are getting closer, he said, gesturing to the many purple signatures approaching the space bridge in the diagram. He turned to them and asked, that's bad, right? When are alarms indicating a bunch of purple dots approaching an alien wormhole ever good? Jack asked rhetorically as he swung his feet over the edge of the gurney to stand. He collapsed as soon as his feet hit the floor. His friends tried to help but he held them back. He then managed to gain enough strength to stand. What's going on? The space bridge has been activated. And Megatron has thrown a large enough chunk of dark energon inside to resurrect Cybertron's dead warriors. Ratchet said gravely. Well, why can't we just change the dishes like we did before? We can't, Raph told him. Soundwave cut the hard line. The dishes are locked onto Cybertron, for good. Jack stared at his friend, hoping all that he heard was a sick joke. But no, he found no trace of joking on his friend's face. They failed. He failed. And now the Earth was going to pay the price. Rahhhhh. Smash. In a fit of rage, Jack slammed his hands down on the gurney, completely destroying it to the shock of all in the room, even Ratchet. He took deep breaths to calm himself down, before letting out a self-deprecating chuckle. Of course, I failed. I screwed it up, like always. He said to no one. Can't do anything right, not my job, not school, not being a son, so of course I would suck at the superhero thing. He then looked at the mask he had pulled from his back. He stared at the piece of fabric before another chuckle escaped him with an equally depressed smile. Spider-Man, what a joke. He dropped the mask to the floor and walked away. No one went after him, thinking it would be best to give him some space. Miko reached down and picked up the mask. She looked at Jack with a concerned expression. Later, Jack sat down at the base of the stairs, having put on his regular clothes. His body hunched over and his head hung low. Hey! He looked up the stairs to see Miko walking toward him, the mask she made for him in hand. She took a seat next to him. She didn't speak at first, but then she asked, "How are feeling? Physically or mentally?" "Both. Physically, I feel like Brad Pitt after he got hit by those 2 cars in Meet Joe Black, only there were a lot more cars, and I'm still alive, which somehow makes it feel worse." Jack tried to joke, but Miko didn't laugh. "Mentally, I feel like I let the whole world down." "Hey, you did the best you could." Miko tried to assure him, carefully rubbing his back in a soothing manner. "But it wasn't enough. You just started out. No way were you ever gonna get it all right the first try. But doing it wrong puts the whole planet in jeopardy, and I'm not talking about the game." He then sighed. "I'm no good at this. I'm weak." "No, you're not." This didn't come from Miko or Raph, or the still loopy Fowler. Rather it came from the last person Jack thought to expect from. "You are far from weak, Jackson Darby," Ratchet said with conviction. "Do you know the Decepticon you faced off against? He is arguably one of the most dangerous Decepticons in existence, second only to Megatron." Jack's eyes widened. He didn't know he fought against such a dangerous foe. Well, he didn't talk a lot, but his actions spoke for him. You could say he was silent but deadly. Miko and Raph chuckled at his joke. "An accurate description. I couldn't have said it better myself," Ratchet said, the saying going over his head completely. "Only a handful of Autobots have ever survived an encounter with Soundwave, and to my knowledge, no one has inflicted the level of damage you have onto him. So no, you are not weak, Jack. Not even close." Jack didn't know what to say. From the moment he first met the doctor, he always gave off this vibe of a grumpy old guy who doesn't like the neighborhood kids. But it appears there's a heart, or rather a spark of gold in this old robot's chest. "Thanks, Ratchet," Jack said, feeling a little better. The Docbot scoffed. "I didn't do it for you. I was merely stating the facts." "Uh-huh, sure you were," Miko said with a knowing grin. Soon, they got a notification that the space bridge was now detonating. Ratchet quickly got to work and opened the ground bridge before contacting Optimus. "Optimus, the ground bridge is ready and waiting." Jack had a smile as he moved to join the others in waiting to welcome the Autobots home. He was also relieved that his screw-up didn't result in the invasion of Earth. As the seconds stretched into what felt like hours, the atmosphere began to feel more ominous and tense. "Do you think they're..." Raph tailed off, afraid to voice such a thought. Ratchet pulled up his arm, the one he uses to track his fellow Autobots' life signals. 3 of them were full in the green, but one was quickly dropping into the red. 4 life signals, one very faint. Fearing who it could be, all 4 humans looked to the portal to see who would emerge first. The first one through was Optimus, appearing in good health if a little roughed up. The dread inside Jack was growing. While he was happy Optimus was okay, that left 3 more options as to who it was that was near death. The next one through was Bulkhead, who looked alright. Miko had the biggest smile on her face as she ran down the steps. "Bulkhead," she cried as she hugged the large arm he placed in front of her. Again, Jack was happy to see another bot, okay, but that left only 2 options as to who was hurt. And as the pair entered the portal, his heart dropped at the sight. Bumblebee came charging in, holding RC in his arms. She had a large blaster wound on her chest, one from Megatron. Her optics were closed, her metal body limp, and it didn't look like she was breathing, or would ever counted for breathing for Cybertronians. Jack felt like the floor was pulled out from under him. Sure, they had a rough start, and she seemed unjustifiable angry at him, but like he had with her, she too had grown on him. More than just being his dream bike. She was also his first. And now she was gone. Miko and Raph both came up to comfort him. Many of the Autobots also felt a wave of depression hang over them. The battle was won, but at what cost? We lost one this week. By the Allspark, don't let it be two. Ratchet pleaded. Jack hung his head low, his fists were clenched as tears gathered in his eyes. He then felt a spark in his hands. He looked at them and saw energon dancing through his fingers. At that moment, an idea came to him. Put her down, he said to B. The bot, as well as everyone else, looked at him in confusion. Put her down now, he said, his tone more impatient. Bumblebee didn't know what to do, but he saw the conviction in Jack's eyes and saw the determination he had to save RC. So he nodded and placed her gentle on the floor. What are you planning, Jack? Optimus asked, seeing that Jack may have a way to save RC. Something I saw in a video game. He told everyone, shocking the humans and confusing the bots. He then stood over RC, a forlorn look on his face as he saw she was still unresponsive. That look soon gave way to determination as he looked at his hands. I hope this works, he muttered as he suddenly powered up his arms with energon, starting at a low voltage. His hands sparked a bit before he placed them on RC's chest. Clear, he said before shocking her. Electricity danced on her body and she jolted but didn't wake up. Scrap. Needs a higher voltage, he said to himself as he charged his hands once again at a higher voltage, this time before placing them on her chest. Clear. He shocked her again. No response. What's he doing? Bulkhead asked. He's using his energon blasts like a defibrillator, Raph explained, catching on to Jack's plan. When the human heart is weak or needs a jolt, there's a medical instrument that sends waving degrees of electricity into the body to try and jumpstart the heart. Maybe he's trying to do the same thing with his powers. Will that work? Miko asked, looking at the resident Doc bot, a hopeful expression on her face. If it was just electricity, I would say no. But since his blasts do contain energon, Ratchet trailed off as a thoughtful, yet hopeful, expression appeared on his face. Come on, dang it. Jack's shout caused everyone to look at him, who was beginning to slam down on RC's chest, but with not enough force to crush her. You say I was growing on you, that you weren't ready to say goodbye. So you don't get to back out now. Again, he slammed down on her, the shock traveling through her body, but again, no response. Tears were streaming down his face as he raised his hands again, putting as much power into this next stone as he could as he brought his hands together. How could I ever think to call myself a hero, if I can't even save one person? He pleaded as he slammed his hands down and unleashed the largest shock of them all, the force causing all the bots to back away. As the electricity died down, Jack looked toward RC with a hopeful expression, but she was still unresponsive. He hung his head in defeat as the tears streamed down his face. Arg! A feminine groan filled the air and Jack looked up to see RC slowly open her eyes. Immediately a smile formed on Jack's face. RC. Jack cried with relief. Jack, really? She asked, the snark still in her voice, signifying she was just fine. There are other motorcycles in the world. But you're my first, he said as he took her metallic hand in his own fleshy one. Seeing as their friend was alive and well, Ratchet decided to ask something else that had been on his mind. In Megatron. Not even he could survive Ground Zero, Optimus said with certainty. Prime. The bots and humans turned to see Agent Fowler, looking well enough and with his head on straight make his way to the elevator. I didn't get to thank you bots for the save. I owe you one. We all do. The same goes for you, kid. He said, addressing Jack specifically. Keep up the good work. The doors shut and he ascended upwards. Bumblebee helped RC to her feet and she looked down at her partner with a grateful smile. One he returned. He then felt a nudge in his side. So, Miko began, a smug grin on her face, still think you're not a hero? She asked as she held out his mask. Jack let out a chuckle as he took the fabric and looked into the white lenses. I'll admit, it's growing on me. He then looked toward Optimus with a knowing smile. After all, I managed to save at least one person. Optimus nodded in agreement. It was at that moment that Miko spoke up again, speaking to Optimus specifically, looking worried. So is this the part where you tell us we have to say goodbye and forget we ever saw you? Jack let out a small chuckle at her worry. After all, he knows that no matter how hard he might try, he won't ever forget any of this. And to be honest, why would he? Chapter 6, Epilogue. 1 week later. Explain to me why we're here again, J0 to 5H. We've been over this 7 times already, K34T0N. Well, it never hurts to be thorough. The Viacon known as J0 to 5H sighed at the stupidity of his partner as they staked out KO. Burger in their vehicle forms. We're here to spy on the Autobots, human companions. Commander Starscream believes that if we follow one, it will lead us to the Autobot base. Don't you mean Lord Starscream? No way am I calling that idiot, Lord. He thinks we have a better chance at conquering Earth now that Megatron's gone. We don't stand a chance. Well, why did you even volunteer us for this duty? It was either this or sanitation. Both Viacons shivered. The last thing any of them wanted was to have Soundwave electrocute them to death if they ended up missing one speck of dust. The silent Decepticon can be a real clean freak. Well, why are we here specifically? K34T0N asked. Don't you remember? This was the place where that one Autobot met that human who destroyed LU-15. And you want us to take him on alone. Have your processors been fried? LU-15 died because he underestimated the enemy. We won't. Besides, there's 2 of us against 1 of him, and there are currently no Autobots in sight. That seemed to ease some of K34T0N's concerns. Soon enough the doors to the fast food place opened and out walked a human teenager with black hair and blue eyes. Studying the human's form, K34T0N couldn't help but scoff. He doesn't look so tough. See, this will be easy. J05H said. The human then pulled out his primitive communication device. The Decepticons quickly increased their audio receptors to hear better. Yes, the human began looking serious. Are you sure? Okay, I'll be at the base soon. Have the ground bridge ready. He then hung up and got on his bike before taking off down the road. He must be talking about the Autobots base. Quick, follow the human. J05H ordered as he and his partner sped down the street in pursuit, making sure to keep a safe distance in order not to alert the human. Eventually, the human made a sharp turn down the alley, out of the Decepticon's sight for several precious moments. They followed, but the moment they entered the alley they lost him. They soon transformed and looked around. Where'd he go? J05H asked. You're asking me. You were the one so intent on following him. K34T0N said as he pointed at his partner. J05H was about to point when he felt a sense of déjà vu. Let's not start this again. Let's just find the human. He then transformed and his partner followed suit, driving around the alley. Wow, these guys never learned a day. A camouflage figure asked no one as he watched the Viacons drive off. But that was fine, it worked out better for him. Now to catch some flies. After 5 minutes of searching, the 2 Viacons came up with nothing searching the alley. They were about to call it quits but then heard something. I managed to give the cons the slip, but I don't know for how long. The human from earlier spoke. They couldn't see him, but their audio receptors were able to pick up his voice. Open up a ground bridge quickly before they circle back. Hurry and stop that human, J0 to 5H ordered as he and K34T0N put the pedal to the metal and drove to the source. They turned down a corner, expecting to see a small human in a green vortex but saw something else entirely. A giant spider web. What the all-spark? J05H put the brakes on before he hit the web, but K34T0N was too late in seeing the trap. He crashed into J0 to 5H and sent them both into the web. They transformed, hoping to tear themselves out of the web, but that only got them more tangled up in it. This is all your fault. J05H yelled at his partner. He would have pointed, but his arms were stuck. My fault. You're the one who wanted to go full throttle down a narrow passage to try and catch the human. K34T0N fired back. Well, forgive me for wanting to do our job and not get scrapped. Well. A new, familiar voice spoke up, silencing their argument. The Decepticons looked around for the source but were unable to see anything. Then, they felt some movement on the web trapping them and looked up to see a human figure emerge from out of nowhere. He was dressed in red and blue attire with black web lines and white lenses for eyes that narrowed at them. Looks like some pretty big flies have found themselves caught in my web. The human said, a malicious smirk under his mask. What are you going to do to us? K34T0N asked in fear. Don't you know anything about spiders on this planet? The human spider asked mockingly. They drink the blood of their prey. And since I've got energon running through my body, you guys will do for a nice snack. Both Viacon's energon froze. Cleaning with Soundwave didn't sound so terrifying now. Suddenly, the spider broke into a laugh. Ha ha. Oh, man, you should have seen your faces. Ha ha ha. The human laughed as he leapt off the web and landed on the ground in front of his prisoner's meal, hunched over as he tried to control his laughter. Oh man, who would have thought Miko would be right in recommending that? Oh man, wait till she and Raph hear about this. Both Viacons looked at each other in confusion, relief, and slight annoyance before they addressed the human. Wait, so you aren't gonna drink our energon reserves? J05H asked. The human managed to calm himself down mostly as he turned to them. No, I can't drink Cybertronian's blood. He then placed a hand on his chin. At least, I don't think I can. Can I? May need to ask Ratchet about it. J05H stared at the human, then looked at the web he and K34T0N were trapped in. This was too elaborate of a plan. Not something that could be thought of in just 5 minutes. You knew we were tracking you. The Viacon stated, bringing the human out of his ramblings. How? Oh, that. Turns out I got a pretty sweet ability that helps me detect Cybertronians, or really any energon. The human revealed as he pointed at his head. Not sure completely how it works, but Ratchet thinks it has to do with how my spider sense reacts with energon. Granted, I can't just give an exact location, nor does it cover a wide area, but I can narrow it down. Who knows, maybe someday I'll be able to pick up on the differences between Autobots and Decepticons. So what are you gonna do to us? K34T0N asked. Well, that depends on you. The human said. Suddenly the nice and friendly easygoing tone was gone, replaced with a seriousness that sent shivers up the Khan's metal spines. Do me a favor and call your boss, alright? Both Viacons looked at each other nervously. The human then held up his hand and blue sparks of electricity flashed. I won't ask again. All hail Starscream. A row of Viacon troopers chanted as their new leader stood in front of them, a look of pure joy on his metal face. I can't hear you, Starscream said, placing a hand on his audio receptor. All hail Starscream. One more time. Starscream pointed forward with jubilation. All hail Starscream. All hail Starscream. All hail Starscream. Ah, that was music to the Decepticons' ears. Finally, after so many eons of suffering under Megatron's heel, literally at times, Starscream was finally the leader of the Decepticons. And he didn't even have to do anything to get it. All he had to do was act for the good of the Decepticons and evacuate from the space bridge before it blew. It's not his fault Megatron decided to stay behind and got atomized from the explosion. He even suggested Megatron should retreat. But did he listen? No. But hey, it all worked out for him in the end. He got to be the leader of the Decepticons and dance his heart out to the cheers of the Decepticons. Sure, there was still the matter of the Autobots, but he'll cross that space bridge when he gets there. Because right now, nothing could possibly ruin this moment. Beep. Beep. At least that's what he thought before the comms for one of their patrols went off. He then raised his hand and the cheering went silent. He sneered as he walked over to the console. Whoever was calling, he was going to jettison them out of the airlock. They ruined his groove. He accepted the call. Yes, what is it? He asked in a bored tone. Hey boss, a voice that sounded like one of his Viacons came over the other line, if a little strange. We won't be able to track any more of the Autobots or humans. Starscream blinked at the statement. What? Why not? 'Cause we just got our skid pipes kicked. What? What do you mean? Starscream shouted in anger. There was this dude who jumped us. You should have seen him, boss. He's so fast and strong, and handsome. Wait a minute, something wasn't right with this call. Who are you really? Starscream asked. The line was silent for a long moment before Starscream heard an impressed whistle at the end. Wow, caught onto that already. I have to say I'm impressed. Given what the bots said about you, thought it would take you about maybe several hours before you caught on. We're Decepticons, we excel at the art of deception, Starscream said with pride. That's why you call yourselves Decepticons. I just thought it was because you guys had a bad taste in naming things. The voice mocked, causing Starscream to growl. Who do you think you are? To dare mock the Decepticon army, led by the mighty Starscream? Emperor of Destruction, Starscream shouted at the top of his lungs. Quote. Wow, really hamming it up there, aren't ya, Screamy? The way the voice just causally shrugged off his almighty declaration and insult his name just caused Starscream's energon to boil. As for who I am, did Soundwave not mention me? I know he doesn't talk, but man, I really thought we bonded as we tried to kill each other. How's he doing, by the way? Did he get his face and arm fixed? Starscream blinked. The way the voice talked almost made it sound like he was there. Now that he thought about it, the voice didn't even sound like a Cybertronian. His optics then slowly opened in realization. Are you the human that tried to stop Soundwave and managed to damage him like no one ever had begun? Starscream jumped when Soundwave, fully repaired, appeared right beside him looking at the console with that same blank expression as always. But Starscream had spent enough time with Soundwave to know he was fuming with anger. Finally realized it, so is he doing okay? The con was busy matching the vocal wavelength of the caller with the wavelength of the human who did that to him over a week ago. It was a perfect match. Yes, he is, Starscream smirked, hoping to instill some fear into the arrogant human. In fact, he is most eager to meet you again. Oh cool, same here dude. Starscream blinked. The human didn't even sound remotely scared. Was he that arrogant, or was he really that powerful? Hey, while we're on, mind giving him, and the rest of you, a group of robot Nazis, a message for me then? Before Starscream could refuse, Soundwave had already patched the call throughout all Decepticon channels. Starscream looked at Soundwave as if he had a screw loose. What was he thinking? Why should they give this insect the time of day? Starscream grumbled at the blank look he got from Soundwave and turned back to the call. Go ahead, he said through grinding metal teeth. Thanks, man, the human said before clearing his throat. When he spoke next, his tone shifted from carefree to serious. Attention all Decepticons. You don't know who I am, but don't worry, you will. And when you do, you'll be afraid to even speak my name. Throughout the Nemesis, all Decepticons stopped what they were doing and paid attention to the voice. Even Decepticons on Earth in the middle of patrol stopped and listened intently to the human's threat. Your war may be with the Autobots, but this is my world. My home. And I won't let you turn it into another Cybertron like your last boss did. If any of you even have dreams about stepping foot on my planet, then you'll have to deal with me. 'Cause you all may be robots in disguise, but that won't save you. Not from me. Starscream clenched his metal hands. The arrogance. It almost reminded him of Megatron, and that made him all the angrier. How are you to challenge us? Starscream yelled, all composure gone. You think you're special just because you took down a few Viacons and managed to hurt Soundwave? Don't make me laugh. I will squash you like the bug you are, human. The voice was silent for a long moment, and Starscream smirked as he believed he had succeeded in terrifying the fool, only for the human to sigh. Man, you guys really are all idiots. Spiders are not bugs, they're arachnids. Starscream balked. That's all he had to say after all that. You, who are you? Aw come on Starwhiny, I thought it would be obvious by now. The human continued to mock, causing Starscream to growl. I'm your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. This is the end of What If, I hope you guys like it. Leave a comment down below and subscribe to the channel to see more amazing contents.